This is the Dare Challenge, presented by Waycross Community Television in cooperation with the Forest Park, Green Hills, and Springfield Township Police Departments. And now, from Winton Woods Middle School, here's your host, Bob Sabin.
Hello and welcome to the Dare Challenge. That's right. Everybody give a big round of applause to today's contestants. Yes, these 12 young people have accepted the challenge to test their knowledge in the Dare Challenge. All right, today's contestants in today's Dare Challenge are, first on my right, it is Rex Ralph. It is Charla, Sanchez, Damar, Allison, Leslie, and Chris. And now on my left, Whitaker School. For Whitaker, it's Shayla, Rhea, Sylvia, Chris, Clinton, and Neil. That's right, everybody give these contestants a big round of applause. All right, now we know who the contestants are, so what we need to do is go over the rules. Here's the rules for you right now.
The Dare Challenge consists of 3 rounds. The first 2 rounds will be 7 minutes in length. Each correct answer is worth 5 points. The first team to buzz in answers first. If a wrong answer is given, the other team has the opportunity to answer. If both teams fail, the audience is given a chance to come up with the correct answer. Round 3 is the bonus round. 10 points are awarded for correct answers. This round will last 5 minutes. There will be no audience participation during round 3. In case of any disputes, the decision of the judges is final. The team with the most points at the end of round 3 is the winner and will move on to the next round of the challenge. Good luck.
All right, I guess it's all ready to go here. We know the instructions, we know what's going to happen. Remember though, if you do buzz in, you must buzz in after the question is completed, or the question will go back to the other team and they'll have a free shot at the question. All right, and also remember, when you get buzzed in, don't smile, okay? I know you guys are going to smile. All right, first, Rex Ralph, are you ready?
Yes.
Once again, Rex Ralph, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, and now Whitaker, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Let's get started with round 1 action. It's exciting. I can feel it. When a product is shown to be used by the rich and famous, what advertising approach is being used? Okay, it looks like for Whitaker, it is Clinton.
Snob appeal.
Snob appeal is the correct answer. All right. Whitaker answering the first one correctly. When you turn away from someone or ignore someone who is offering you drugs, how are you saying no? And it looks like for Rex Rolf, it is Charla or Sanchez? Sanchez, take it.
Cold shoulder.
Cold shoulder is correct. That's right, Sanchez. Remember to say it loud into the microphone so everybody at home can hear you. Okay, here is a true or false question. Bad consequences can occur when you do not use drugs. And it looks like for Rex Ralph, on my right, it will be, is it Damar? Damar.
False.
False. No, that is an incorrect answer. So, that is the incorrect answer. And of course, we'll send it over. Do we send it over to Rex Ralph? No, just true and false questions. We don't give the other team the opportunity because they know what the answer is without knowing. So we throw that question out and nobody gets awarded a point value. All right, next question. What is the chemical in tobacco which is addictive? All right, for Whitaker, it is Neil.
Nicotine.
Nicotine is the correct answer. Okay, true or false question. Self-esteem is the favorable way you feel about yourself. Okay, at the end, for Rex Ralph, it is Sanchez. True is the correct answer. I like Damar. After he missed the last one, he was like, it's him, Sanchez, the answer. Okay, here we go. True or false? Strength in numbers is the 8th way to say no and means, okay, we buzzed in too early. Now we're going to repeat the question and give it to Rex Ralph an opportunity to answer freely. Strength in numbers is the 8th way to say no and means more kids than
This
bad.
is very uncomfortable for no reason.
Yes. True is the correct answer, Sanchez. Remember to speak in that microphone, Sanchez. Okay, Rex Ralph little surge there. Strain, pressure, or excitement felt about a situation is called, and it looks like for Whitaker, it is Sylvia.
Stress.
That is correct. Stress is the correct answer. True or false? Heavy pressure is when people push you around. It looks like 4, Rex Ralph. At the end, Sanchez.
True.
True is correct. How many types of media techniques are there? 4, Whitaker. It is it Sylvia? No, it is Chris.
6.
6, that is correct. True or false? Deep breathing can help reduce stress. At the end, Whitaker, Neil.
True.
True is correct. Okay, next question. What is a favorable way you feel about yourself? At the end here, for Whitaker, Clinton.
Self-esteem.
Yes, that is right. Self-esteem is the correct answer. We move on. A substance other than food which affects the way your mind and body works is a... Okay, you buzzed in too early, Neil. We'll repeat the question for Rex Ralph, and then you'll answer freely. A substance other than... Oh, quit your murmur here now. A substance other than food which affects the way your mind and body works is a... And at the end, Sanchez. That is correct. A drug. Okay. Next question. Multiple choice. 3 multiple choice answers here. So allow me to give all the answers out, and then you do the answer. All right, here we go. Smoking is okay as long as you A, only smoke 1 pack a day, B, smoke 1 pack per week, or C, it's not good to smoke at all. Okay, it looks like for Whitaker, it is Clinton.
C.
C is the correct answer, of course. It's not good to smoke at all. Okay. This is my favorite question. Here we go. What does DARE stand for? And for, it looks like at the end there for Whitaker, it is Priya. Okay.
Drug abuse resistance education.
That is right. Drug abuse resistance education. If you did not know that at home, that's right. Give her a round of applause. Okay, we move on. When you breathe deep and relax, you can stop. For Whitaker, it is Sylvia.
Stress.
That is right. Stress. Family pressure comes from your... The answer be given by Clinton. For Whitaker.
Family.
Family, that is correct. All right, I like that. Okay, good. Here we go. Keep your heads up, Rex Ralph. You can get back in it. Comparison is when you compare things which are... Okay, for Whitaker, it is Clinton.
Beer.
Okay, time is up. We'll repeat the question for Rex Ralph and then allow you to answer freely. Comparison is when you compare things which are... It looks like we've got a... Well, at the end here. Chris. Speak real loud in that microphone.
Similar.
There you go, similar. That's right. I always had trouble saying that word too, so it's good. All right. Hey, there's the end of round 1. Kind of back and forth action. Whitaker got off to an early lead. Rex Ralph came back a little bit, and now Whitaker has staked its claim on a 50-30 lead here at the end of round 1. Yeah, give Whitaker a round of applause. Damar's, I like it. Damar's giving him a round of applause. He's showing that good sportsmanship. Now, Rex Ralph has an opportunity to come back into round 2, and we'll be back with round 2 and some introduction into our players after these messages from Waycross Community Television.
It's bigger, it's bolder, it's higher, it's life.
It's life. And if you're a person, you absolutely won't want to miss out on it. Yes, life.
It's exciting times. It's exciting times.
Oh boy. Are we live?
I'm not sure. We are live and streaming now. Sunday.
Oh, great. Is it exciting times? I feel so excited. That explains it. I was wondering earlier. Why am I so... I thought it was just a weird glitchy ribbon in the middle of the screen. But no, apparently it's the time.
It is the time. Hello, everyone. Welcome to In the Fold. I know we're a bit late. Some of us have real lives.
Folding to do. Some of us have folding to do.
Some of us have folding to do.
I was putting away laundry. I was in the fold, if you will.
Well, that's, again, where it was kind of funny that that's actually what was going on when we named the channel. It just happened to be we were both folding laundry, and Sunday came over and he's like, hey, I have an idea for a channel name. Why don't we just call it In the Fold?
But let's keep our clothes on this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy, what a long weekend.
Holy fuck.
This is,
oh my God,
and it's already been a long day. Like, I don't know how else to put it except to say that this has been and will continue to just be a very long fucking day, because we don't have a lot that's not psychotic to talk about, I think would be the easy way to put it. But I don't know how else.
Do you want to start with bad news or bad news?
I mean, it's bad news or worse, and it's kind of, we can start with, I think, to me, I wanted to sort of jump into the stock market as a thing. I thought that'd be like...
Oh golly gee, you know how much I love talking about the stock market.
I know,
Hey, what is this? Where did I go? Okay, there we go. It's better.
I know. But it's...
Sunday erasure, and I do not approve. I know what you're doing.
What can I say? There's a really weird thing happening as we talk about the way that the overall, I don't know how else to put it except to say, like, the overall economy, everyone is talking about it like it's great again.
Anyone who says this guy looks like me gets banned. Go on.
I don't think he looks like you.
Looks like you, really. That's what the beard's for.
Somehow, again, we aren't, the stock is not like in a great place. There's a really weird way that people are talking about stock, as if it's like the slowest kid in the race, and it's like, hey, look, it's finishing. It ended. We're up a bit, and things are up like 0.5% or 1% or 2%.
Yeah.
And everyone's cheering this up. Apple's, I think, only up 2 to 4% after a massive collapse, and everyone's like, stocks rally as Apple jumps. But if you look at the numbers, they rally 1%, 2%, 3%.
It's also like, let's leave that aside for a second. Wow, stocks are up, you say? Okay. So all of these...
He does have glasses.
He does have glasses.
That's true. Oh, stocks are up. Okay. So faith in all of the countries that the U.S. used to trade with on the regular and depended upon trade with, that's salvage? No. Okay. So is this going to last? Oh, you don't know. Okay.
Well,
okay.
The reason Apple's up is because Apple literally airlifted 1 million iPhones to the United States the day before the tariffs were coming in.
Hmm.
So, like, 1 million iPhones. So we're talking about, like, they are absolutely in this really weird place of waiting and seeing, doing everything they can, way breaking their profit loss margins, way fucking with everything they've got going on. And this is positive because it could be worse, in the sense of, if we had a 10, 20, 30% tariff on all those iPhones, it would absolutely fucking wreck Apple. So it's a really weird mentality we've got right now for all of this stuff. And on top of it, we've got some very strange conversations when it comes to, like, what anyone's going to do at any time. What are the active tariffs that are happening right now? Like we saw last week, the joke is that they're still not collecting tariffs. Still not.
No, they literally don't have the infrastructure to collect tariffs. They don't have personnel who know what to do, how to do it, and just tariffs are not being collected on goods coming into the country. It's just not happening.
No, they're actually saying, take your stuff, and then we're going to charge you for this stuff later when we figure out what we should have charged you.
Does he think that... I suspect he actually thinks that tariffs mean he's going to bill the grocery vendors. I think that's
don't
literally
know.
what he had in mind, was they're going to actually just target the retailers, not even the people who are shipping it in.
It is possible. But the other part that's
what's
really
left? Like, they're not taking the tariffs.
It's tech stuff, but there's some really odd sort of conversations that are happening here because basically he's continuing to say things like, hey, we're going to give a break to, at some point, automakers. But why wouldn't he already give a break to automakers? So he's saying that there may be exemptions, for example.
Yeah.
On auto exemptions, as again, they're completely fucking with all this stuff. They're saying that they're going to be hitting tariffs on phones. They withdrew the tariff on tech products after reinstating it, after saying that it wasn't there. So like, there's actually no way to know what tariff is actually supposed to be in place.
Well, I mean, it comes back down to like the actual cohesion internally. Like, we've always taken for granted that there was a general lack of any sort of concern for America outside of the party and outside of Trump's inner circle and outside of the billionaires who are directly supporting him. But what's come, like, we're going back to the signal thing. What's really come to light since the signal leaks is that internally, there is no trust in this administration. The vice president doesn't feel like he can voice concerns that the president doesn't know what the fuck he's doing to the president. He's talking exclusively to billionaires who have fluffed him up for the past 4 years. And like, what's terrifying is at no point is there a connection between the consequences of what Trump does and Trump's cognition of what's happening in the country. He doesn't know.
No, well, just to quote this article just simply, and again, this is not like an extraordinary article that's like breaking news. Trump and his top advisors sowed confusion this weekend when it was revealed the U.S. had excluded smartphones, computers, and other consumer electronics from tariffs. But Trump said in a lengthy Sunday post on social media there was no exception for these products. There you go. And now he's saying that, there's no exception for those products.
Yeah.
And now he's saying tariffs will soon be hitting those products, which means that there are no tariffs on those products now, which means he was wrong yesterday.
It's worse, too. We're not even in a place where it's like, oh, Trump's lying. No, Trump doesn't have the capacity to lie. Lying requires knowledge that what you're saying is untrue. He literally doesn't know what's going on in his own government. He doesn't know what his own policies are. He is actually just out golfing. Like, when people would make fun of, like, oh, there's Obama out golfing. It's like
it's I actually am moving very much to the this is actually just his inner team making advice to him when they do, and straight up insider trading. Like, this is market manipulation at a scale that I'm not sure has ever existed.
It's a South Park thing. It's literally when they had Obama and Sarah Palin pulling a diamond heist. That's what this is. Mm-hmm. It's actually, and it's terrifying because I don't think they understand what any of this means.
No, these
are stupid people. That's the scariest part.
They're very stupid, and they don't understand tariffs, and they don't understand supply chains. They say things like that. Like he says here, Trump says that car companies need a little bit of time to transition to U.S. made parts. That is a very adorable way to say 3 to 5 years and multiple billions of dollars. So here's the question. If it's going to be a 10 or 20% surcharge for these things,
yes,
how much is a company actually supposed to outlay in order to bring those jobs here? Because if the cost would be more than that 10 to 20%, they won't do it. Right? Like, I'm company X, and I have all my stuff, all my supply chains through India and China, all the parts, and say it's 100% fucking tariff, whatever it is, and I'm going to make X amount of dollars, but it only costs me like an extra 7 cents per widget, 10 cents per widget. How many billions of dollars do you expect me to build in U.S. infrastructure for 3 to 5 years in order to get even remotely close, without the human scale, without the production scale, without the supply lines for U.S. parts, that at the same time are being absolutely embargoed to shit by half the world and tariffed to shit on top of it? In what world would this make sense to anyone?
Yeah. Yeah. I
So
don't. I don't.
it's
I
a
don't
stunning
know.
thing.
I don't know. Like it's. We're at a point now where analysis is almost impossible.
Yeah, it's
Like,
pointless. It's
yeah.
pointless. It's China hit us with absolutely no more exports of rare earth minerals. We kind of needed those. So we're just completely fucked across the board. And it's one of those things that you kind of see, and I think you see it. We're going to go over it in just a sec. Today, Trump spent time with the dictator of El Salvador in the White House. And maybe some of the more unhinged, horrifying things that a president could say were kind of all said there. Because we're on the other side of these things. You okay there, Sunday?
I'm okay. Sorry, I'm typing a thing. Keep going.
Yeah. What do you think? I think it's probably best we'll move to this horrifying meeting with this horrifying dictator.
Narrow it down, will you?
Specifically, Bukaki, I believe is his name, from El Salvador.
Okay.
I think that's his name.
El Salvador's President
Bukaki. Is that his name? I don't remember. One sec. Why is this not? Nope. That's not what I wanted to do. Sorry. I changed you for the wrong thing. That happens. It happens.
Did you? I feel like it's an improvement, honestly.
Yeah. President Bukaki.
I'm digging this horrifying background.
Well, the blue was boring for me.
It was boring. It was too. I like the blue at the top and the bottom. The blue in the background is more.
It's too flat.
It's too post office.
So President Bukaki visited Trump today, and this is on the heels of us deporting even more humans illegally to serve life sentences in a death camp in El Salvador.
Well, it's not a death camp. Let's be clear for a second. It is a mega prison in which the president has localized all of crime by making a deal with the mobs that he will not police them while they are operating inside of the prisons. And he has managed to entirely curb mob violence by making it legally the case that any shooting in which police are observers doesn't count as mob violence. And also, if they discover mass graves, those don't count either, okay? That's cheating. Mass graves aren't mob violence. And so, amazingly, crime statistics went, way down. Look, we fought crime. It's like, all we had to do was just define it out of existence. It's amazing.
So it's not far off. There's one sec. Because one of the things that is happening today that I think is worth.
Oh no!
As a note
happening today.
Yeah, well, this is part of the stuff we're going to be reading about in just a moment. But El Salvador, the President Bukaki announced that they will not be releasing the Maryland man back to the U.S. because people don't come out. In his words, and you'll see them, he calls the guy a terrorist and says that he will not be smuggling a terrorist back to the United States. That was his terminology for returning this guy.
By the way, this isn't a terrorist.
No. But Bukaki uses that name for everyone who is in CCOT because it's a terrorism center. And so again, the euphemism of terror, which, we Americans, to be fair, we started that shit. We were really good at it. It seems like it's been co-opted by everyone else, as we do. You steal a lot of our best stuff, the rest of the world,
By buying it.
And by having it exported to you. Because he doesn't release people. There's an interesting story I came across. I kind of want to mention before we do this because there's a really weird story about this guy named Elmar Canales Rivera, an actual MS-13 leader in 2023, known as Crook. The government of El Salvador launched a desperate bid to recapture him before the 2024 elections. He was in one of their high ultimate security prisons. You ready for this story? This is a fun story.
Okay.
According to audio recordings, messages, and testimony obtained by El Faro, which is this paper, The administration of President Nayib sorry, I didn't mean to
Bukaki.
mispronounce it. President Bukaki was willing to pay $1 million to the Jalisco New Generation cartel in exchange for abducting the gang leader and turning him over, alive at a secret location. Now, this is weird, right?
Yeah.
Because the reason it's weird is because he was in one of their high security jails. It'd be really weird if we actually could find documents that proved that they actually released one of the leaders of MS-13, Bukaki did, from one of these prisons to make the gangs happy. And that this guy was then in Mexico doing gang shit, like MS-13 gang shit.
Which, by the way, if your president is releasing gang members to make the gangs happy, your president is part of the gang.
He's actually did the thing that Trump said. They're sending rapists and murderers. El Salvador did this.
El Salvador sent their rapists and murderers, hey, I like the cut of your jib.
He was freed from the maximum security Zacatecoluca prison on November 18th, 2021. 4 months later, the Bukaki administration's top negotiator with gangs told a leader of MS-13 over the phone that he'd personally taken Canales out of prison. This is how corrupt these people are.
Yes.
And by the way, do you know who got a bunch of money from MS-13 and the gangs in their presidential run? It's Bukaki. So this is what he does. He is just that corrupt. It's outwardly that corrupt, actually doing the thing that Trump said that all these people are doing. And here we are, of course, with that man, now the hero of the day. Because of course he is. Why wouldn't he be?
All right, Brooks, here's the deal, okay? Guys, if we get 10 super chats at yellow tier or higher, Brooks will shave a centimeter of his beard.
I will not. That is not a thing.
He will. I'm not asking you. He will shave a centimeter
That
of his beard.
Nope.
He needs a shave, Brooks. Look at it. It's getting straight at the bottom.
I just didn't clean it up today. But I'm not shaving that shit. Fuck you.
You're looking fine. I want money, Brooks. I want money.
All right.
Don't you want money? Isn't this what this is all about?
Well, do that. Do the hair. No one cared about the hair dye thing. Like, they don't give a shit about me. Maybe you shaving your head would get them to do it.
I've already done that. I look terrible. I look like a turtle.
You did look really stupid.
Thank you.
You did look really stupid. You have a very fair point there. But real quick, let me make sure that you're able to hear this properly, because this is one of the worst. These videos are like the worst thing. I am so sorry.
It's a combination. Like, I think if I like grow out the beard like properly, I could probably pull off the bald look.
If you could,
without the beard, with like, especially like, I put on a lot of weight in the last 2 years, so like, especially with that, it's like just like.
No. Well, tonight I'm bleaching most of my hair. Get them scissors, Rasputin.
Vodka.
Fuck you, Vod.
Get them scissors, Rasputin.
Thank you, Vodka, for the 25 US. Very much appreciate that.
Very nice. The name will haunt me forever. But I'm doing the blue dye tonight and everything. So if we break 100, I'll let someone else pick a different color. Any color. Don't give a shit. It'll be fine. But otherwise, yeah. We'll
pick a good one though. Although the red, is that new? Is that red new?
The red? The red's been there for like 6 months. Solid.
Weird. It looks redder than usual.
No.
The red works.
I'm glad. Are you ready? Ready for some of? I have a selection of the worst moments around.
Oh no.
These are the worst moments because there was a lot of shit inside of this meeting. There's a lot of things that happened. Here's the worst.
The people wanted to change over and they wanted. He demanded they love you. They love what you do. I'm not your supporter. I want him to do.
I can't understand a word of this, Brooks.
You don't have to. It's mumbling. Someone cleaned it up, but it doesn't matter because he
Trump
is
glazing
whispering.
Bukaki. Let's hear it.
He's not just glazing him. He's about to say, "You know what I really want to do is start sending you homegrown criminals." Do you know what that means?
Yes, I know what that means.
Criminals next. Yeah. I said, homegrowns are next. The homegrowns. You got to build about 5 more places. Yeah, that's fair. All right?
You don't have enough prisons. We're going to send you so many more people. We're going to be sending you a homegrown. Thank you, Wig, for the 50 gifted memberships. You're extremely kind, as always.
Thank you, Wig.
I consider that pretty horrifying.
I consider that actually treason and an attack on the American Constitution itself. You are not actually allowed to de-citizen American citizens.
Well, he's not saying de-citizen them. He's just saying send them to a
Oh,
foreign
he's talking
country in
about
a
sending
death camp.
Yeah, that's de-citizenizing them.
It's pretty great. Here, listen.
It's not big enough. No, yeah, come on. So this is a much different office than you.
That's my favorite one. That's my favorite part is he's like, ha, 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 ha. Now this office. Like, I'm going to send so many Americans to your private prisons. We're going to pay you so much to do it. Are you excited to make a lot of money? Now, here's my office. I love it. I love it. It's not the worst. It's not the worst thing that is said.
You know what? Can I be honest with you? I want the reactionaries in. I want the NRX guys to take over. I'm fine with that. That works for me. Let's do that. Let's get the Radcats in charge. I'm actually, you know what? That'll be an improvement. Let's do that. Okay, we were wrong. Calm down, Moldbug. We like you now. Get your people in there,
please.
Holy fuck!
In fact, Mr. President, you have
Eudaimonia's not looking so bad now, is he? Jesus Christ!
Oh yeah, you ready?
Yeah.
And in fact, Mr. President, you have 350 million people to liberate. Yeah. But to liberate 350 million people, you have to imprison some.
To liberate 350 million people, you have to imprison some.
Why? What does that mean? How? How does that? None of this makes sense.
You know, that's the way it works, right? You cannot just, free the criminals and think crime's going to go down magically. You have to imprison them so you can liberate 350 million Americans.
Why didn't you say thank you? Where's your thank you?
The lapdog's to the right, by the way. Don't worry, he's there.
Asking for the end of crime and the end of terrorism, and it can be done. I mean, you're doing it already, and I'm sure that people have seen the change in the streets. A long way to go.
No one has seen the change in the streets at all. More people were killed by mass shooters last year, 3 mass shooters, than killed by all illegal immigrants in America. Like, the stats don't measure up to what these stupid people think these things are. I did this dive because I was having this argument. There's a really fascinating, the claim that 4,000 people a year, this goes around on social media, and it's in a couple of these debates. I saw it in I think it was Tim Pool the other day making this claim, and they cite this Breitbart article, which cites a Breitbart article, which cites a Breitbart article, which cites a statistic that says that there were 2,000 illegals, 1,700 illegals arrested who had ever committed the crime of homicide, which is not the same thing as saying 4,000 people died every year.
No.
But if I may, we're not done quite yet. I know it sounds like we should be.
Because you're just initiating your second term, but it's clear that, with the numbers at the border, when even in Democrat-run cities, they get a help from the work you're doing. So I'm really happy to be here, honored, and eager to help.
Well, we had a terrible thing happen. We had an administration that allowed people to come in freely into our country from not only South America, but from all over the world. Many from the Congo in Africa, Asia, all over the world, Europe, rough parts of Europe.
The rough parts of
the
Europe.
rough parts of Europe.
Where are those, pray tell?
The Congo, all of those Congolese border jumpers that we're famous for having. I love it. He, by the way, $100. He was thinking Haiti, but couldn't think of that, so it went to Black Country 2 on his list. Like, if he couldn't think of that, it would be Nigeria, because it's just, they're all the same. I mean, he's from South America, and he nodded towards him. Like El Salvador is in South America.
He doesn't know where South America is.
No, he doesn't. It's South.
And they came from prisons, and they came from mental institutions, and they came from gangs, and the gangs of Venezuela and other places. Very low IQ president.
Well, we'll get to that one. But again, just because, just talking about them letting criminals in. At the moment of his release, Canales was facing a 40-year prison sentence issued in 2020 for double homicide, which he had asked the court to review, as well as another 11 months on a 3-year sentence for trafficking illicit objects in prison. He was also notified 5 months earlier in June of an international arrest warrant issued by Interpol accusing him of transnational terrorism and drug trafficking. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but it's like, so on this, the police traveled to Zetekuluka prison on November 18th, the day of his release, to notify him of an outstanding warrant for homicide dating back to 1999. But a member of the police team tasked with executing the warrant told El Faro that prison authorities denied them entry and prevented them from carrying out the assignment. The people who worked for the president wouldn't let them carry out the assignment of arresting a guy already in prison for another infraction. So it's all because all this shit leaked. They found all this stuff. And so in Salvador, the police files document Canales' release in November 2021, adding more evidence to the trove already published by El Faro, including the audio in which Bukaki's administrative chief negotiator with the gangs, Carlos Marroquin, confessed to a gang member that he personally took Canales out of prison and drove him to Guatemala to, quote, show you my loyalty and trustworthiness. Which, by the way, that's how you protest. That's a fucking mask a guy's wearing.
No shit.
So again.
Can we have a stream where we just have to wear a car?
We should wear car. We need car things on the side. I love it.
We need a Cybertruck stream. We just cover Musk.
But here's what made this amazing is we arrested this guy in Mexico. And everyone was like, wait, what? I was the leader of MS-13 in Mexico. Because
the guy you
released the
White House let him go because he's beholden to the gangs.
And then this other one,
which, by the way, means you let the gangs into the White House. That's what that means.
Absolutely. Because also Bukaki was working with someone else to try to abduct or kill that guy to stop Americans from finding him so people wouldn't know that they had done this.
Oh, he's dead.
I mean, he's not. He's in American custody, I believe.
No, not for long. He's going to get sent to El Salvador.
Oh, there we go.
By the way,
here's the line, though, just real quick, from El País. Crook's arrest caused an uproar because it was believed that the Bukaki administration had arrested and imprisoned him in June 2021. Before his arrest in Mexico, U.S. authorities weren't sure where he was and believed he had been released from a Salvadoran prison under suspicious circumstances. Reports leaked that Crook was released during secret negotiations between the gangs and high-ranking Bukaki officials. I find it stunning that this is who Trump is dealing with. This is who was in the White House and saying, it's ridiculous they would send us all of these terrible rapists and criminals. And it's like, yeah, this is the dude doing that. The actual documented case of it happening. And you've got him sitting there. Good fucking job, buddy. Like, that's top tier shit right there. As far as I'm concerned, that's top tier shit.
I miss Biden. I miss the no content president.
I'll take, well, speaking of Biden.
Oh no. Wait. What? Why are we speaking of Biden?
Very low IQ president. And by the way, I think my cognitive exam.
I mean, he's not wrong. It's just who's talking.
Well, he's about to tell you all about his cognitive. He's Bostonian apparently for this. His cognitive
ability.
Cognitive exam. If you don't know, when you get very, very old, they give you a cognitive exam to see if you're fucked in the head. There is no high scoring it. There is passing or failing in various ways. And if you are proud of passing this, it would be similar to giving him a child's coloring book and having him be excited that he colored everything in.
Speaking of coloring everything in, Brooks, are we going to get some In the Fold merch going?
We do. We will. Very soon, actually.
Good, good.
So far at this point, it's about origami and about object. That's where
I've ordered my origami paper, so I'm going to be starting my first of my 1,000 cranes to master them. Hopefully next week.
Got to get there. But here's his cognitive exam and how smart he is. And remember, oh my lord.
Your lord doesn't want any part of this kid.
And Insomnia, I'm saying Bukkake over and over and over because I'm not going to call him by his name. I refuse to accept his pronouns.
What are you talking about? That is his name.
It is his name. President Bukkake.
Where are you like, okay, look.
I don't believe in presidential pronouns.
We're fucking up the origin story for the name of the stream in the intro. We don't need to keep on bullshitting later on. His name is actually Bukkake. This article changed it because they're being racist assholes, frankly.
They're being very racist. Everyone should call
I disapprove. We disapprove here in the Fold. We believe that the English language is not hegemonic in that way. And just because his name Bukkake sounds funny in English does not mean that it should not be spoken with the same dignity as every other word.
It makes my day. But let's enjoy President Trump being proud that he was able to say the word dog when shown a picture of a dog. Because that's the test.
And by the way, I took my cognitive exam as part of my physical exam. And I got the highest mark. And one of the doctors said, "Sir, I've never seen anybody get that kind of one." That was the highest
I aced
mark.
my cognitive exam.
Here's the thing. I believe his loser doctor said, "I've never seen anyone do this well before." Because that's what they say for everything for this piece of garbage.
I hope you're happy with that. Although they haven't been bugging me too much to take a cognitive, but I did do my physical and it was released. I hope you're all happy with it. I notice there's no question, so probably you are.
Sir, your face looks like SpongeBob's entire body.
"Sir, would you like to take a cognitive test?" I said, "Did Biden take one?" "No." "Did anybody take one?" "No, not too many people took them." I said, what about Obama?"
Obama.
Obama can be accused of many, many, many things.
That's never been a thing.
Cognitive decline is not among them.
It's him saying outright that he is smarter than Obama by taking a test that Obama refused. That's what he's saying. And it's fucking awesome. It makes me very happy that this exists.
Did he take one? No, he didn't take me too much to take a cognitive. To take a cognitive test. I said, "Did Biden take one?" "No." "Did anybody take one?" "No, not too many people took them." I said, what about Obama?"
Of course Biden took them.
Yeah. He just did.
Of course he fucking did. Trump. Wait. Trump's lying?
"Did he take one?" "No, he didn't take one either." I said, "Let me be the only one to take one." But I've actually taken them 3 times already. I like taking them because they're sort of...
He likes taking them. Really boosts his confidence. Oh,
Here are tests not to be proud that you've had to take multiple times. Okay? Like, you can take them, but don't be proud of it. Cognitive tests, AIDS tests, I think would be up there. Like, that's not a thing to be proud of.
Hey, guys, I got tested for gonorrhea. It's okay. I passed.
Yeah, STD test. Look, I've taken that AIDS test like 92 times. You wouldn't believe the life I lead. Like, look, be where you're at, but it's not a thing to brag about.
Too tough for me to take.
But they're not too tough for him to take.
Yesterday you mentioned business. I'm not. Tim's coming up. I speak to Tim Cook. I help.
Oh fuck! I missed it. Sorry.
Very low IQ president. Obama. Did he take one? No, he didn't take one either. I said, let me be the only one to take one.
Because it's amazing.
But I've actually taken them 3 times already. I like taking them.
Better be fucking good, Brooks.
They're not too tough for me to take. But
All right. So, that's the funny break for that. Do we want to go to horrifying or funny because it jumps.
Those are not distinct terms in my.
They are kind of for this.
Okay.
So we have, for example, here is
Zelensky serve out his offer to purchase more Patriot missile batteries.
All right.
Today, Trump made it very clear he's no longer, like, again, he blames Zelensky for everything.
He's always looking to purchase missiles. You know, he's against. Listen, when you start a war, you got to know that you can win the war. Right? You don't start a war against somebody that's 20 times your size.
But they didn't start a war; they were invaded.
Correct.
Fucking retard. I'm sorry. Oh,
That's amazing. It's amazing.
My apologies.
That's
I
amazing.
disavow.
Disavow.
I'm
but
gonna,
still,
I'm gonna.
How
I'm gonna
awful
seek,
do you have
I'm
to
gonna
be?
Seek therapy. I'm really mad today. Okay. I'm
He's
sorry.
mad.
Jesus Christ! What a fucking moron.
I
There's a violence in that word that I needed to tap into, and I shouldn't have.
We need other good words that are violent.
We need other good words.
That's one of the things that these the slurs work for. But we need better words.
You're a bad influence.
Hey, I apologized. You can grow too. It doesn't matter. He is outright saying that Zelensky started this war, which in no capacity is that just. You could, if you want to be the asshole and say NATO pushed Russia, like at least what you're talking about has like some factual basis. There's nothing in there that justifies the idea that Zelensky started the war.
I'm actually just livid. Like, Zelensky started the war.
Yes.
People were surprised when Russia crossed the borders. They crossed the borders. You can't start a war when the other side is rolling tanks over your borders. That's not how that works.
Yep. It's really the worst.
Like, how many people have been killed now? And it's like, fuck.
All right. And then we'll do the joke, funny thing that'll make you laugh.
It better be.
Health report. Everybody in the press wants to know this. How do you do it, Mr. President? I haven't set up at 2 a.m. in the morning since I was 25, and now we're 2:16 in the morning having a press conference. How do you do it?
I liked it. I liked that one. Did you not like that one? I like that one a lot. How do you do it, Mr. President? Everyone wants to know, how do you do it? And look at how happy that fucking mug of his is.
We had a couple of them at 2 o'clock in the morning now. Biden, I guarantee.
You're wearing the press out.
Biden was sleeping for 10 hours already. I have a lot of respect.
I love it. So that's the fun side.
I'm not having fun. This is not fun.
Can President Bukele weigh in on this? Do you plan to return him?
Well, I'm supposed to be suggesting that I smuggle a terrorist into the United States, right?
It's always
how can I smuggle? How can I return him to the United States? Like
they're just calling innocent people terrorists, by the way. Just FYI, white people are not immune. When he says homegrown, that's what he means.
Yep.
Because he's stupid. He doesn't understand the concept.
He doesn't mean right-wing terrorists, which is actually a thing. He means Palestine supporters. That's what he means. He means people who yell at Tesla owners.
To the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it. It's like, the question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
I love it. This is basically a huge fuck you to due process, the Constitution, the judicial system, and America. Because here is the president of the country saying he doesn't have the power to return to the United States, and the president of the country of the United States saying he doesn't have the power to get him back.
Releasing inside El Salvador. Yeah, but I'm not releasing. I mean, we're not very fond of releasing terrorists into our country. I mean, we just
Why is
turned
this
the
even
murder
a
capital
question?
of the
You're
world.
fucking El Salvador. You don't have any fucking power. Except you do, because you probably have, by this point, Elon Musk probably sent his fucking Trump's fucking porn history to every single dictator in the northern part. No, he's not in the northern. Just everywhere.
To the safest country of the Western Hemisphere, and you want us to go back into the releasing criminals so we can go back to
Releasing criminals, you say? Releasing criminals, you say? You want us to go back to releasing criminals, you say? Salvadoran authorities initiated their own search for Crook upon learning the United States was hot on his trail. This move aimed to restore credibility with Washington, refute negotiations or agreement with criminals. An investigation by Central American news outlet El Faro, which, by the way, El Faro, stunning work in this, published, shows how the Salvadoran government conspired with a gang leader in a desperate bid to recapture Crook. So, not only did they work with MS-13 to get a bunch of money for his presidential campaign behind the scenes in order to secure his position, and it is what secured his position. Do not be mistaken. MS-13 and the gang support is what enabled him to have the majority and do all the laws and everything he did. But through that, they released one of the original MS-13, one of the 13.
Yes.
Okay? Like, that's not a cute name. This is a dude they released, right? Oh.
Of all the times Trump could do economic warfare, he decides not to do it now.
Don't worry, he's about to do it for sure. I think El Salvador has a 10% tariff on it too. I wonder if that includes prisoners. That guy was let out as part of the negotiations.
By the way, lest we forget, anyone remember that hairdresser that was sent to El Salvador recently? Yeah, his family was being harassed by the gangs. So what do you suppose is happening? Well, what it appears to be is that the gangs are giving lists to someone of who they want sent to be in their claws in the mega prisons. And Trump is doing it. Now, it begs the question, why is Trump operating at behest effectively of El Salvadorian gangs? Why is he so vulnerable to pressure from the greatest bottom feeders on earth? Like, why? Like, it's we're not even talking about like billionaires running this show. We're talking about any single person who potentially is compromising information on Trump.
Or can help Trump and his failed children actually make a few bucks.
Yes.
So, but again, he released Crook de Hollywood, I believe is his name, because that sounds awesome. I think that is actually what they called him, the Crook of Hollywood. But because they found out the United States was going to find him, and they didn't want the U.S. to know that he'd released actual you want to call a leader of MS-13 a terrorist? I kind of would sort of get that as a thing. They went to another leader of another rival gang who's operating in El Salvador, by the way, and said, hey, we need you to find this guy and bring him in ideally alive, but not necessarily, before the U.S. finds out that we've been releasing people. And they failed. Yay. Rafa, a fugitive, hiding, received money for his efforts. Rafael is no ordinary gangster. He's a seasoned veteran who rose to the highest ranks of MS-13's rivals, the Barrio 18. He had a seat at the table when previous Salvadoran governments negotiated truces with gangs engaged with all sides of the political spectrum. With the shrewdness of a skilled entrepreneur, Rafael set the price for Crook's capture. Quote, $1 million for CJNG, $250,000 for the Barrio 18 Sureños, and $50,000 for himself, reported El Faro. But it was all a scam. Rafael never involved his gang. The new clique in Mexico never existed. He never contacted the CJNG. He did not go to Mexico. There were no drug traffickers haggling over the price of Crook's kidnapping. What he did do was contact El Faro and the U.S. authorities. He took the money because that's how stupid Bukaki is. They just took the money. He went, yeah, I'm totally going to go after the guy. Here's all the money I need. Hey, guys, he's over there. They paid him thousands of dollars and shared classified information with him in an attempt to capture Crook. This is blatantly the thing that Trump fucking supposedly hates. Again, he doesn't. He doesn't care about any of this. He doesn't. He doesn't care. He's dumb and his brain is rotting. Some of the quotes are fantastic. Rafa's sister messages with intelligence gleaned from other sources, quote, my uncle was in Miraflores, Chiapas, but he got restless and went to Guadalajara. He's there now. Tell Raphael that. Rafa's sister replied, I'll send it to him now. I love it. The story's amazing. It's 100% worth going through. El País and El Faro. Worth going through. But every time he says, what, you think I can just send people there? What, you think I can just send people? What, I can just let people go?
Like, are you not in control of your own country? We know the answer is he's not. The gangs own him. Like, bluntly, that's the problem. You know why Bukaki can't send the prisoner back? Because he has to ask permission.
It's because Trump told him not to. That's it.
Being the murder capital of the world, no, that's not going to happen.
They'd love to have a criminal, released into
I mean, there's a fascination.
They would love it.
Like, how was it
sick,
determined he's a criminal?
people.
Where was the trial? There wasn't one.
These are
Where
sick
was the
people.
trial?
That's what he said.
Yeah.
These are sick people. No trial. Guy not guilty of any of that shit at all. And by the way, they did it with more people after they were told not to. Because we don't live in a country that has a judicial system, legislature.
No, by the way, just so you know,
anyway.
every single day you obey the law and whatever. Yeah, they're not. You're not in a country anymore, guys. Hate to break it to you.
Nope.
Law's over. Law doesn't exist. They'll pretend there's a law if they don't like you, but there's no law.
There's no law. All right, I found this part pretty. When feminists talk about patronizing women, I am not sure it's possible to have a better example than what I'm about to show you. When we talk about what patronizing means, like this is like
most of my cabinet are women, so
that's impressive.
Yeah.
That's why you're.
They're not DEI hires or anything. They're just great at what they do. Right?
That's right. This is very impressive. This is a first. We've had women, but we've never had 3 of them right here. That's
4 and 3 men.
Look at what we have. You guys
No, I
feel
believe
a
on
little
the
bit
Epstein flights they're referred to as girls, but continue.
I fucking love it. I love it. Wow. Like the way he turns like Trump's head, he's like, well. I fucking
great at what they do. Right?
That's right. This is very impressive. This is a first. We've had women, but we've never had 3 of them right here. That's
4 and 3 men.
Look at
fucking, we've never had 3. We've never had 3 women. Oh my God.
You guys feel a little
We
bit
never had
mistreated.
this many broads in this room before. That's where he's yeah.
We've had women, but we've never had 3 of them right here. That's
4 and 3 men.
Look at what we have. You guys feel a little bit mistreated. That's good. I like it. We've been advanced. I've been very advanced in that regard too. We have Pam, who's been so fantastic.
It's been very advanced in that
Christy,
regard. Yeah, we know. That's the rumor.
But I love, we've never had 3 women. And then he turns, there are 3 women in his cabinet right there. Like, I'm not sure it's possible.
What a coinky dink.
I'm not sure it's possible to like be more patronizing as a thing.
The most powerful.
But it's like Pam Bondi's on the couch and behind him he's got. It's amazing.
It's like, you know that scene at the end of Avengers Endgame? Let's do that.
I know, exactly. They're all afraid of
Susie Wells. They say, oh, she's tough. Most powerful woman in the world, according to magazines. What do I know? But I think she probably is.
Yeah.
What do I know is an excellent question for you.
What do I know? All right. I'm going to make you upset again.
I don't want to be upset. Can I go to the washroom first?
Sure.
All right.
I'll keep the people entertained for a moment. I like the opening there. I just like the.
Yeah.
That's why you're.
They're not DEI hires or anything.
They're not DEI hires or anything. They're just the best at their job.
Great at what they do. Right?
That's right. This is very impressive.
I just love how he kind of does that. Like his lean there. Like,
that's right. This is very impressive.
it's how you talk to children. It's how you talk to children. Well, this is very good work. And you say it's a volcano. Well, now, this is very impressive.
Quick, while he is gone, make him smaller.
I would put a pitch adjuster on his voice too, so that way it'd be all whiny, but I don't have time for that. That would be funny too.
What are you doing, Max? Why are you putting make some else vinegar?
This is so you say you put vinegar in the top. Well, that's very amazing. Well, now, that's a fantastic. You say that part of the body is called a pancreas. Well, geez, good for you. It's just very much like a child. It's fantastic.
This is a first. We've had women, but we've never had 3 of them.
And then you can turn and see that there are 3 women right there next to him on the other side. Like, the fucking place that he exists in is just wonderful. I love it. What do you think of best version peggers we got so far? Nubby's Number Factory. I feel like Wig, I can't tell if you're being just very sarcastic with me sometimes. I don't know what any of those words mean, and I feel like you're being rude. But I don't mind your rudeness, so I will accept it for now. I think of best version peggers we got so far. Nubby's Number Factory. What the fuck? Did you have a stroke? Nubby rules. What the fuck is going on? You people are perverts. I'm here to watch President Trump misnumber women. Thank you very much. That's what I find arousing. Let's continue.
Great at what they do. Right?
That's right. This is very impressive. This is a first. We've had women, but we've never had 3 of them.
I fucking love it. And there are 3 women. I find him fascinating. Nubby's Number Factory is the name of a video game. Well, given the taste of video game I've seen most of you show, I'm not sure it's a thing for me. So, it's impressive. There's 2 more clips of Trump that are sad and then great.
A veritable bukkake of women.
I avow. It's a fucking good line. That's just a good line. I'm sorry. That's just a fucking good line. That's just a good line. Sometimes it's a good line. That's the way it works. Bukkake with Bukele. Fucking amazing. Do I play poker? I play Balatro. I haven't played poker in some time. I do have a card deck almost always with me, though, if that counts. This is the Disney Alice bicycle set. Really, really nice cards. But I do play a shitload of Balatro. That is my current bathroom game. And it should be yours, too. It's like the best.
They're all afraid of.
The other 2 clips I have, one is very sad, and the other is very, very funny. And more sad in the angering way. I don't know how else to put it. It's sad in an angering way. I was paid $5 to do this.
You were paid $5 to do what? What?
You'll see. And so the other 2 clips are very.
Why am I so? Hey, what is this? What is this? Hey,
I was paid.
These are not terms.
I just need money. I just said, hey, look, someone paid, and that's the way it works, bud.
Okay, good. Okay, guys, we get 10 super chats in the yellow tier. Brooks has to shave an inch off his beard.
No.
Nubby's Number World is a pachinko game, hence peg.
Sunday's bitter. So I'm going to play my angering clip where, look, there's no goodness in this. What I'm about to play is
how
like
narrow I am. Is there any goodness in that? That is like rank pettiness. I'm not even fully able to be on the screen.
Look, the things
I
get paid
leave
to
for
do.
a minute I leave for a minute.
So I'm going to play a clip that is
Insurrection.
something that both of us absolutely disavow. It is about trans sports and trans women.
Of course, we disavow trans sports.
We disavow this take, which is that spousal abuse is the same as trans women being in women's sports.
I was nervous. I was worried. Spousal
Just so you know, I mean, I know it turns out it's actually, we need to say it because it turns out other people.
Like, do you allow men to play in women's sports? Do you allow men to box your women and box? Because I know you have a lot of boxing.
That's violence.
That's abuse of a woman. It's abuse of a woman. But we have people that fight to the death because they think men should be able to play in women's sports. And some of those sports, it wouldn't matter much, but it still matters. But
even when he says this shit, he's out of his mind.
Some of them are very dangerous for women.
Some years ago, like we said, a decade ago or so, women rights movements were pressuring so that we enacted specific laws to avoid men abusing women. And I think those laws were great because there were a lot of men abusing women. But now some of the same people are trying to backtrack on that and actually trying to make new laws allowing men to abuse women in sports.
These are the things from today. But there's another great line in the next one that is, again, this is all angering, but some of it's angering funny, angering ironic. See if you pick the line that I jumped at where I was like, this is the one, it's going to close out this one. It's just, it's a Trump line.
Yeah, yesterday you mentioned short-lived product exemptions. Which specific products are you considering and how long is short-lived? Weeks, months?
This is not surprising. People have been saying this about intergender pro wrestling matches for 30 years. FFS.
For fuck's sake. And again, for those who don't know, the easiest argument back is the same as always. Weight classes, grow up. That's it. Weight classes, grow up.
Yep.
Some of the car companies where they're switching to parts that were made in Canada, Mexico, and other places, and they need a little bit of time because they're going to make them here, but they need a little bit of time. So I'm talking about things like that.
Where are you going to make them here in a month? Where are you going to make them here, dude? What's the plan? Oh, there isn't one. Okay.
Yeah.
I love this. And look, guys, we'll just have all the manufacturing in the U.S. It'll just appear. Who's doing it? Nobody? Oh, okay.
No, nobody.
Like there's not like a bunch of sad factories around. We just can't find anybody to work for us because they're all working in Canada.
Someone did the work to figure out exactly what it would take to have an iPhone completely manufactured in the U.S. It's like $3,300 retail in order, like at cost, like at the end of the day, $3,300 just to have it made in America. That's
which, by the way, it should be. You shouldn't be in manipulating like poor workers' rights in other countries, but just FYI, if you're thinking like this is going to benefit you, the United States has and always will be a slave state. That's how it functions.
It's not going to benefit anybody.
No.
Like that's the other side of this is, that's the other side of this. This is really, it's a thing, but we're not at the line yet.
What about any Apple products, other cell phones?
Look, I'm a very flexible person. I don't change my mind, but I'm flexible.
That's funny. Not quite. Not
I
quite
don't
the line.
change my mind when I'm flexible.
I don't change my mind, but I'm flexible. Not quite the line. Are you ready?
Yes.
And you have to be. You just can't have a wall and you'll only go. No, sometimes you have to go around it, under it, or above it.
I mean, I couldn't help but include that. That was my moment of the day. That was like, this is how fucking insane this person is. Like, how does that not connect for even him? Like, he's the wall guy. How does that even connect in his, like, I know he only has 3 synapses left, but you'd think they would at least talk to each other, unlike anyone in his cabinet. It's a thing. I just really the
I don't
whole
even
mesh.
know, dude. I don't
the
know.
whole mess of his brain misfiring is amazing.
Wall, and you'll only go no phones. Look, I'm a very flexible person. I don't change my mind, but I'm flexible. And you have to be. You just can't have a wall and you'll only go. No, sometimes you have to.
Like, what does that mean?
He does this though. He's like, like, what the fuck is going on, man?
Look, I'm a very flexible person. I don't change my mind, but I'm flexible. And you have to be. You just can't have a wall and you'll only go. No, sometimes you have to go around it, under it, or above it. There'll be maybe things coming up. I speak to Tim Cook. I helped Tim Cook recently, and that whole business. I don't want to hurt anybody, but the end result is we're going to get to the position of greatness for our country. We're the greatest economic.
I had to cap it with that because it's that good. It is that look, that line is so fucking amazing. For him, for of all people. I'm stunned by it.
It is amazing.
This is how broken
it is. Very
it is.
special. This is all very, very special.
Very special indeed. It's a whole beast, man, and it's fucking crazy. And when we talk about like what is coming out of this, because all of this, everything said here, nothing here was even slightly reasonable or in line with things that ostensibly we could have expected or talked about. If anyone had warned against them trying to deport American citizens to foreign jails that are death camps, everyone would have been like, you're ridiculous. And he's actively talking about doing it. We're not even 100 days in. So we're way past the line of like, this is the worst president, asshole, piece of shit ever. And anyone who follows him is really just fucking stupid. Like they're just very stupid or actively bad people, bad at being people. But this insanity is just so over the line. So when you hear though, on the other, how are people having conversations? How are people justifying this? I had this fucked up interview I saw. I'm going to play 50 seconds of it. You ready?
All right.
This is just some random rich asshole, which is random rich assholes are a thing.
Do you think that your members are going to feel that they'll vote for it if it's not a higher tax rate for the rich?
Yeah, I don't think that would go very far. That would absolutely throw a monkey wrench into the system. There's a lot of individuals. Look, the top 1% are right now paying 40% of the share of America's taxes, and yet they're not getting tremendously more from their money. It's not like the top 1% get to have that much more libraries or schools or roads. They're really footing the bill for most Americans. I think that if we increase those taxes, we've seen from history when they did have higher taxes, it really had a very negative impact on economic growth.
Which is just, I just adore, this is a Republican lawmaker, I adore the language here. This is a guy in charge of, he's on the committee for the House Transportation Infrastructure Committee. His job is allocating taxpayer funds to fix roads, bus systems, public transit, trains, whatever it is. And he is the kind of person who says the rich don't get more libraries. They don't get more roads because fundamentally he is awful.
I'm at the point where I can't even find this entertaining anymore because it's just like we know it's a farce. We know they know it's a farce.
Yeah, they do.
So
they know it's all a farce. Of course they do.
Yeah.
They don't care. Their job is to secure power and money and control. And
they have it, so it's like,
and they have. And that's it.
Ugh. Ugh.
And as I mentioned, the wealthy get the most subsidies of anyone in America. They get excessive subsidies. Their businesses as well. They get bailed out. They get their tax money's worth and then some in spades. The poor don't. Anyone who's in the bottom 50%, 60, 70% don't get significantly almost anything. And certainly not from the federal government. So this is, for me, the state of where we're at. Was like all of these clips in a row, all of these things. This is the president openly saying these things, a foreign dictator laughing about these things, who's openly corrupt and has been investigated and shown to be openly corrupt many times.
Yeah.
And all of this is just like, hey, I probably will be having a meeting with Tim Cook. If he gives me a big bag of money, personally, I might do things for Apple. Otherwise, I won't. VR headsets were one of the very few things that were moved away from when it comes to these tariffs. Meta gave a fuck ton of money to Trump himself. That check paid off for Mark Zuckerberg. That's how this works. Because VR headsets are like the opposite of the thing to include.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I know you had sort of the cherry on top of all of the shit.
Oh, God.
I know.
Narrow it down again, would you?
The Doge Goons article?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm going to let my dog in. I'll be right back. You start it
No
up.
worries. Yeah, you do that. Yeah, so we're looking at a Daily Beast article. The brain dead teenagers. Need to watch my language. The exceptional individuals that Elon Musk has put in charge of just making Americans as miserable as possible. Physically dragged a woman from the Social Security office, an employee, because she wouldn't count living Americans as dead.
Whereas this person, Greg Pierre, a career civil servant leading the IT team working on the agency's data systems, was removed over his opposition to a Doge plan.
Oh, sorry, it was a guy. It wasn't a one. I don't know why I thought it was a one.
This is a different one. They've done this before, but this is the new one.
Oh, it's a separate article. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Was removed over his opposition to the Doge plan to cut immigrants from key financial services. Things that legally the laws have passed and said immigrants get, that they have rights to this. But yeah, this is that being entered in the dust database cuts a person off from financial services, like the ability to receive government funds. The goal was to push migrants who were granted temporary legal status under former President Joe Biden to self-deport. So these are now these are immigrants legally here.
These are legal immigrants. These aren't illegal immigrants.
These are legal immigrants.
Who passed border security. They didn't get in through bribes. These are people who are here legally. They followed the rules. And they're just being fucked with for literally no reason except that Trump is about to destroy the economy and they need to keep their racist base really hard for when that hits. Because literally that's it at this juncture. Because he doesn't have policies. He hasn't been able to follow through even on the destruction he's been wreaking on America's place in the world, financially, economically.
The plastic, look, it's one of the three women. It's one of the three plastic women.
Yeah. All he has is, hey, look, we're getting those brown people out. Yes, a lot of you will be living on the street. Yes, none of you will have futures. Yes, our power and influence in the world is gone because I don't understand what any of these fucking buttons do.
Yep.
But hey, we made a few South Americans really unhappy. So, you know, you win some, you lose some.
And these are things that it's hard to describe how absolutely ruined these people's lives are, because it's not so much that you get deleted and you don't get Social Security anymore. Without the Social Security number, any ongoing checks, loans, bank accounts, all get closed. There's a system that begins rolling, an eternal cylinder that never stops, that just crushes all of this shit. And soon, very soon, in the next day or two, all these people are going to have no access to the money they had in their bank account. The bank will just keep it because they're dead. They're considered dead. The bank isn't going to give dead people money. Then they have to go through either having it adjudicated or they have to prove they're alive, which they won't get to do. So all the money they had in bank accounts, any leases that they had as a thing, auto insurance, all the stuff that makes a person exist in our space, food licenses, business licenses, corporate licenses, corporate, anything, gone, just gone. So it ruins he just ruined 6,000 people's lives.
Well,
knowingly.
Not without help though. Check this next thing I'm publishing, because just so you know how they're responding to the knowledge that they're destroying people's lives.
1 second.
They think it's a fucking lark. They find it hilarious.
Oh, this is nice. Laughing emojis to stories of workers' lives he's ruined. Okay, let's do it. According to sources, Musk has regularly private messages to associations and confidants about reports from federal staffers about how their lives have been wrecked. He's been known to react with laugh-crying emojis to their stories. Musk's cavalier attitude towards fired federal employees was also confirmed on the record by Ben Vizicero, a wildlife biologist with the Los Padres National Forest, who'd been fired by Musk earlier this year. In this interview, Vizicero described an encounter he had with Musk after seeing him in President Donald Trump's address before Congress. When a Democratic lawmaker invited Vizicero as a guest to Trump's joint Congress in March, he found himself seated near Musk, took the opportunity to confront him. He described his job to Musk and asked, "Am I a waste?" He says Musk, with a very condescending smirk, hit him with a line from the 1999 movie Office Space. "What would you say you do here?"
Well, he could try to explain it, but frankly, I don't know if Musk would understand what half these people's jobs are. Musk is very stupid. He's never worked in his life. His entire thing is he takes other people's money, he buys other businesses, and he claims credit for it publicly while not understanding the basics of how it works. What he did with
he's a wildlife biologist for the National Park Service. I'm not sure what else you have to ask. Like, that's insane for that question, even on its face.
Why do the park services need biologists?
Because they take care of animals.
Why do the monkey bars need biologists, Brooks?
Because there are animals.
You think he knows what a fucking park is? He probably thinks a park is a playground.
He probably does. That's probably fair.
But it's naked class warfare. That's literally what it is. It's just billionaires, literally billionaires who desperately want to be main characters in the anime of everybody else's lives. That's it. That's it. There's nothing else to say there. There's no purpose to any of this. It doesn't even there's actually no purpose. It's even the insider trading aspect. Like, do we dignify that by calling it a plan? No. It's like, oh, I've created market turmoil. Hey guys, I can see one day into the future. This thing that I did is going to cause stocks to shoot up or stocks to drop, and that's it.
This is why we have Fridays, dude.
This is why we have Fridays.
This is why we have Fridays, because this is just
it's just
endless.
Enraging. I'm not kidding. I want the neo-reactionaries in. I'm all for. You know what? Moldbug, you try your neo-feudalism thing, okay? I'm for it. That'll be better. That'll be better than this. This is just because there isn't a plan. Nope. It's not even a bad plan. There's just no plan.
There's nothing.
It's just you have this senile old pedophile who is just connected with a bunch of mobsters around the world, and they just poke him and he does stuff.
Yeah.
And that's it.
I got more sad stuff.
Oh no. Is it a bad movie this time? Can we talk about a movie?
No, it's depressing as shit.
Oh.
It's the new stories about the Palestinian deportations that are happening.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
One sec.
You mean of activists or of Palestinians?
Palestinian student leader was called in for citizenship interview, then arrested by ICE. A green card holder. This protest leader, Mohsen Madawi, faced attacks from pro-Israel activists. So basically, they're weaponizing literally the interview itself. Motion, it might not be motion. Probably is. Mohsen K. Madawi arrived at U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services Office in Colchester, Vermont on Monday. Palestinian student at Columbia University, he hoped that after 10 years in the U.S., he would pass the test to become a naturalized citizen. Instead, agents from U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement arrested him, began the process to deport him to the West Bank. Madawi, a leader of the campus protest movement against Israel's war on Gaza, became yet another green card holder arrested and facing removal. Mohsen Madawi was unlawfully detained today for no reason other than his Palestinian identity. Yeah, he came to this country hoping to be free to speak out about the atrocities he witnessed, only to be punished for...
Here, take a breath, Brooks. Take a breath. Slow down.
Sorry, it's been a long day.
Let the oxygen come in. I know, it's okay.
This is footage of him arriving, just arrested. Just pick him up right there. Arrest him. Yes, he looks like a terrible troublemaker.
That's what you get for looking better than me. I hope you like jail. This
the
is what I was
plainclothes brown shirts, man. I got to tell you, the plainclothes brown shirts, that's fucking, it's continually more and more upsetting to me that people aren't angrier about that. The plainclothes brown shirts.
People don't have the capacity for it because these are your people.
No, I know, but I'm talking about like the supposed right wing, the people who care about this stuff and are screaming about First Amendment rights all the time. That they're perfectly fine with brown shirt plainclothes people shows the level of absolute bullshit their entire existence is.
I'm more mad about the liberals because bluntly, you were vocal about Trump representing a fascist takeover of democracy, and your response is nothing.
Nothing.
It's literally nothing. Listen, okay? Listen, the current president, he staged a coup, okay? He actually tried to destroy the democracy. He actually committed treason. That's what we're going to say. We're going to make a very strong claim. He's going to be convicted by the courts, but we're better than him because we're going to hand over the reins of power without a fight. And then we're going to hold up little signs when we really should be committing seppuku in the Oval Office. This is me. I don't know.
Yeah, if I mean, again, and it's one of those things that when we're talking about the last 40 years, really, of right-wing talking points and how this is the thing that they've claimed is going to be happening over and over, the fact that it's always been self-reporting, it's all they wanted. All they wanted was to get to the point where they could be the police officers who are in plain clothes without any accountability doing things that are absolutely against the Constitution.
And by the way, that's what ICE officers are doing too, which is why you're now seeing reports of ICE officers going door to door, just looking for people without any information, with no purpose, no orders, because these are just
patrolling
morons.
Areas. They literally are just patrolling areas.
Because they have nothing to do, because these are losers.
They're losers. Not as big of losers as these fucking pieces of shit. There's a WhatsApp group in Colombia that's really behind this. So there's this Canary Project is part of this. There is a Israeli-funded movement, a hyper-Zionist movement, that is doing everything they can to basically make Zionism great again, I guess, or make anti-Semitism
Wait,
great
so, hang
again.
on. Lucy says, with all due respect, what the fuck were you supposed to do? You're in Poland, Lisa. Nothing. Calm down. Sorry,
Lisa's in Poland? That's Lisa.
Yeah.
That's not
Lisa,
Lucy.
Oh, Lucy. Sorry, I mixed up. It's because you've got the white PFP now, so I thought Lucy. Please, all of you, L names look the same to me. Sorry, go on.
And to Lisa's point, what are we supposed to do is actually, this is how this happens. Like all the books about how the Nazis took over, this is how it happens. This is the process. This isn't new shit. Like this is what happened in Italy, for example. I mean, Italians were mostly behind it. Italy's a fascinating country in that way, but like this is how it happened. They start.
Oh, to be clear, like when I'm talking about liberals, I don't mean liberals who are in the audience. I mean
no. I mean as Americans, what are we supposed to do? Like any of us, because there is the line. First they came for. Well, this is it. Like we're actually seeing it. No, it's been first they came for the communists, or first they came, and that's like been like the rhetoric. But now we're literally seeing it. First they came for the anti-Zionist protesters. Then they came for, and then the line goes on and on. Like we're actually seeing it happen. First, then they came for the illegal immigrants who they didn't want here anymore. Then they came for the naturalized citizens who weren't American enough and had the wrong tattoo. Then they came for the criminals. Like we're actually there. We're doing the thing. We're doing the thing. And so
doing the thing.
Some members of the Columbia University community left at the chance to get young people they claim are supporters of Hamas detained and deported. Several people in a large WhatsApp group, Columbia Alumni for Israel, which counts over 1,000 members, including parents and at least one current student. At least one current student. Therefore, it's very connected to the college. And Columbia professors, I think we might know a couple of them. Deporting Gaza protesters was already a topic of conversation, blah, 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 blah. Victor Muslin, another alumnus and pro-Israel activist, responded, if there are photos of someone who needs to be identified, even with a partially obscured face, I have access to tech that may be able to help DM me. These pieces of shit, man.
Yep. This, by the way, this makes me, I get no satisfaction from this, but this makes me very angry, and I'm going to reiterate it. This is why I said, this is why a lot of people said, by the way, that people who are not voting because Biden is a pro-genocide nutball, which is true, were very stupid and very selfish, because what has happened as a consequence, because there were only two possible outcomes here, there was a fork in the road and that was it, is that now you not only have a pro-genocide president, you have no capacity to protest it. Before you did. You have no internal pressure that you can apply to the party, and you did. You actually have no civil rights or anything. Any international support for your movements has been neutered. You have no capacity to protest without being picked up and treated as a terrorist. It's done. Well done, guys. You sure showed Biden. Now we have people in mass being transported outside of the country to concentration camps in El Salvador. Well done. Well done.
It's I go back to 2000-ish election, Bush versus Gore, and the reality where people didn't vote for Gore because they hated Bill Clinton. People didn't vote for Kamala because they didn't like Biden.
By the way, Kamala sucks.
Kamala sucks.
Evil person. I would consider Kamala and Biden both to be equal authors of the Trump presidency, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's in, so that's it. You don't win by giving the unfettered reins of power to your utmost enemy for 4 years at least.
And there's no options here.
No.
Like this is where the question would be, and it's my kind of recurring one, is what can we do differently? We're here. A whole bunch of people who I empathize with, but are very stupid and clearly did the wrong thing, voted against clearly their best interest in every single way, or didn't vote and allowed their worst interest to come into play. So now what? Like, we're already over the lump. There's no going back and relitigating that.
Move to Canada if you can.
I mean, it's getting out. And that's
Getting
not,
out.
but that won't work.
No, but there's also nothing you can do. Like, there's literally nothing you can do. There's nothing. There's literally
it's
nothing
inevitable.
you can do. There's nothing you can do at all.
Mm.
The cruel silver lining to all of this is that this is an incoherent regime that has no plan and no conception of. It doesn't have concepts of a plan either. They have no idea what they're doing. They're just reacting to things. Eventually, these will build up to a wall of shit that they can't manage. And then who knows? So at the very least, there's no plan, so they're not in control. But cold comfort, because it's like when they're talking about the rebuilding of Gaza, just clearing away the rubble is going to take 10 years. That's where you're at here. The amount of rebuilding is going to take forever.
See, I tend to. I think I'm going to disagree.
Okay, let's hear it. I like this disagreement.
I think generally that there is actually a lot that people can do. Now,
Okay.
what that means and how that comes to force and what it means to actually do things is, I think, going to be where people get stuck in the craw in my response. There is no grand thing you can do. You are not going to be starting a protest movement. You're not going, like, no one should, at this point, and I'll say, no one should be resorting to violence. Violence is going to do nothing.
Nothing.
It'll do
Nothing.
the
What it will
opposite.
do, what it will do is
it'll
it will
work
let them
counter
do a
in
lot of
every
things.
way. It'll
Violence
become
will allow
what
them
it-
to do violence will allow them to do a lot of things to you very quickly. That's all. That's all
it'll
it'll do.
It'll be 9/11, where Osama bin Laden got exactly what he wanted, and it turns out it wasn't what he fucking wanted. And that's how that's going to go if violence happens. Violence should not be happening. That's not a thing. However, there are things that people do have in their power to actively do, and they're minor. They're all small things, but these are things that build over time. There are people who are susceptible, I think, generally to sway, business leaders, particularly during this time. And I think business leaders, when they're made nervous, it's their best chance for them to be doing things. So this is, to steal from an old bit about what Occupy Wall Street should have done, go in and use your time, your credit score, to apply for loans all day, to fuck with banks, to fuck with businesses, to do things that slow them down, to make them less efficient, that slowly ruin their day. Anything to affect that bottom line, anything to make them more nervous that people aren't buying things. When you can actually create an instability there, it will create instability all the way up the chain. It's a Jenga tower.
Does applying for those loans affect your credit score, though, and is that personally dangerous?
Who cares? Is it personally dangerous? It's personally dangerous to exist right now in the country.
Unless you got a lot of people doing that with you, that
It's
seems
an
like
example as well. Again,
Yeah.
it's-
No, I'm
it's
getting you.
The goal is to ruin
they're like
the banks.
they're like avenues. They're avenues for like material resistance that don't involve violence. I agree with that.
It's the ability to continue to push things in the wrong direction. And again, I'm straight up saying and advocating for a type of accelerationism at this point. Acceleration I'm normally quite against, because especially under Biden or others, that despite maybe it pushing things in better directions, it would cause pain to minority groups and those at margins. This is happening. We are at the point where people in the marginalized parts of society are being depersoned at every single fucking level. So we're beyond that. So instead it's, hey, do things that slow stuff down, do things that fuck with things, do things that keep pushing
But the problem,
the
though,
pains
is that
of these things.
I agree with you, but here's the problem, though. If you have individuals doing this on a lark without like massive levels of organization, that's not a level of slowing shit down that's going to matter, right? All you're going to do is you're going to cause people to fuck with their own situation, which is going to make them weaker, less able.
But there's no situation. Like, again, this is where you start talking about what is the thing coming. What is the thing coming? No one is getting home loans in our lifetimes. Like, no one's car loans. The average car price right now in the U.S. is $49,000. The subprime car loan field has died, and we're actually going to watch like a major burst of debt explode anytime now in the used car market, because they did the same thing that the fucking mortgages did a little bit ago. Like, we're seeing at every single level, these things are collapsing and collapsing worse and worse. Writing businesses on their websites and letting them know that you're not.
Okay, but what about? Okay, look.
It can be as simple as that, like letting businesses know that you're no longer going to do business with them, or that you can't afford their business.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that one. The first one, I'm really iffy on.
It doesn't. Yeah. I don't give a shit if you're iffy on it. Be creative. Don't literally do only the thing I'm saying. The underlying point is to like plug into the system in some capacity that you have, and you all have capacity. You're all online, and you're people who have at least a modicum of understanding of the internet. Do things that fuck with stuff, because if it's organized, bad day for all of us for a lot of reasons, because when it's organized, it can be narrativized. If you're just out doing stuff, just figure out something to do, fuck with it for a few days, off you go. You will find that these companies, these businesses, banks, all these things are far more receptive and far more nervous. That nervousness leads to instability. That instability leads them to do things.
Presuming that you have such an aggregate of people doing that it registers on their computer.
You don't understand how few people it takes to register. This
Give me
is
a number. How many do you think?
25.
25, huh?
Yes. If you've never called a congressperson, and there's a good chance probably half the people in this audience haven't called a congressperson. If you've never actually done that, gone to a town hall, gone to a city council meeting, gone to a local anything that's political, told someone that you're going to help primary them, find out in your area if someone is primarying someone else. And there's a lot of people in the space to primary active shit Democrats who are doing nothing. It's a real thing. Find out in your area, volunteer with them, even if it's only like online, you can't leave the house because you're agoraphobic or you hate going out. That thing is minor and it's huge. It doesn't take a lot to impact things these days. It really doesn't. It really doesn't take a lot to impact at that level any of these things. Nervousness is nervousness. The ability to take advantage of nervousness and fear is how the Republicans have survived. So turn it back on them. I continually will push for this. It may seem dickish. Go leave bad Yelp reviews in businesses you didn't go to. Like, who cares? Do things that hurt business. It doesn't take a lot.
I don't know. I don't know if we're at that point yet. Like we're at a point that's bad. I don't know if we're at a point of such internal instability that's a thing at this juncture. I think all
these things become indicators for every one of these businesses at every level. And again, it's a matter of like doing something, because this is the underlying thing. What you're doing in the mental space you're taking with it Sunday is the problem. Because if you're like, hey, I'm not sure it'll do anything, that means we'll never get anywhere.
No, because here's the problem. No, I hear what you're saying.
All of the things that have worked in the past or didn't work in the past are the only things we think of when we consider what it is possible for us to do. And we need to be able to see impact.
No. Yeah, I get you, and I agree with you. Here's the thing. The fact that a mindset has a clear path towards non-action along a particular line isn't a byway of saying that, oh, well, just ignoring those concerns therefore will cause you to do a thing that works. There's so much of a Hail Mary about all of this that could backfire if, for example, there's a failed prediction. Either we've been over catastrophizing and somehow things are able to rectify in ways that we didn't anticipate, which has happened in the past, or it's slower than we anticipate. And what ends up happening is people end up hurting themselves and demoralizing themselves prematurely, with the result that there is no longevity to any kind of resistance effort. And I think that's worth thinking about. Okay, I get it, but at the same time, it's like, even for that decision, okay, the non-cautious attitude that still retains some uncertainty about, well, maybe things won't go as fast enough for this to be a decisive move, and that won't only hurt me. You need such a concentration of people, not just with one business, but with like many.
No.
And I would reckon probably more than 25, because I feel like if you have 25 all at once, which is what you would need, there's going to be a, okay, are we being fucked with moment, because these places are sensitive to negative scrutiny, negative attention, but they also aren't stupid like that, right? Like we're consciously aware of the abuse of tools in order to exert pressure on institutions and organizations. That's a thing everybody knows about. So I don't know. Like, I think it's things to keep in mind, but I also think these are like strategies that require a lot of planning and organization, and they require targeting, and they require timing. And I don't know if we're there yet.
So I'm gonna disagree.
Okay.
Based on, I think, the actual history of protests and rights movements in America. We have a very, very poor historical understanding of how they came about, because by the middle to end of them, or when we began to hear about these movements, they were organized. Martin Luther King and the Civil Rights Movement had a handful of very particular groups, churches or others, that were involved. But the actual start of a lot of this did not begin that way. It began with things like lunch counter sit-ins that was very tiny specific groups doing things that fucked with local businesses and were open with, honestly, getting in trouble. Minor things. Those little things, because they were a thing that could get in the news, that would enrage people, that would upset people. They were provocative, small actions that would upset people, that hard things came down on them when the kids were getting beaten for sitting at the wrong lunch counter. It only took a couple of those to begin building a larger movement. It is the sand in the oyster that makes the pearl. You don't start with the pearl or a goal of a pearl. You need to go to those moments and find them all the way back. Like if you start like really diving into things, we talk about like freedom rides as a thing. Again, to just center in on decentralized, smaller, broken up little things that completely changed almost all of this. These are things that were decidedly slightly outside of capital, that were very much against the hegemony and everything, and small actions by very, very tiny groups that did all of these things.
Yeah, but there was also a greater capacity for these things to happen. So when we talk about freedom rides, for example, right? Like that's a thing that you could do because all of this was laid out at a superficial level where everybody could see. It was disruptive at a basic commonplace level, not of people in little tanks where you're immediately disrupting like the day-to-day life of people trying to get to work. And it can all be framed as a very selfish behavior, et cetera, by people who, you know what, actually they kind of deserve to get run over anyways, because that's how it goes. It's how it's gone. It just hasn't worked. What freedom rides were was when you would bus in people to just forcibly segregated spaces like restaurants and whatnot. You just have people just sit in them. It's like, good luck. Go on, enforce the rule. Okay, what's the corollary in present day? We don't really have one, because what's happening is people are being taken out of their homes very quietly. People are being taken out of schools. People are being like bullied at the border and stuff like that. And the crucial point is that all of this is being separated very deliberately from any kind of lived encounter with normal people. It's all being hidden. It's all being talked about online, on the news, et cetera, and it's all very distant. And as if to illustrate, all of these like means of resistance that you're discussing are things that you would do with a computer. You would
I'm
sign
giving
up for
small
a thing.
examples. The bigger thing is that the language around, I don't think there's anything to do here, is by definition making everyone impotent, because it says there's nothing to do here. Conversely, saying, no, there's stuff to do here. I may give bad examples, but the reality, you in your condition, in your situation, need to take actually the power you have in your hands, the things you can do, and figure out something that steps in the way of all of those things. There are people, as an example, if you haven't seen some of the really great examples of lawyers who are doing work with illegal immigrants who flatly step in, or people who are helping, like, you know, kind of an underground railroads of sorts, get children who are in danger by ICE out of where they're coming from. These are things that you can start finding ways to get involved with or start doing that are minor all the way through. You may not be an immigration attorney. That's fine. But you have X amount of power to do things that completely affect, in some capacity, things around you. Do something. And it is not as simple as jumping online. It isn't as simple as sitting in a Twitter conversation. It's probably not as simple as sending a Yelp review. But instability and fear is what is going to ultimately be the thing that does take down fascism. It is the thing that will do it, because it's the only thing.
Pretty sure historically it was they overextended themselves in international wars of aggression.
Yes, because of instability and fear.
Okay, but we aren't at that level of instability and fear, though. The trains are still...
Are we not?
Still have jobs. No, we're not. I don't think we're there.
I think
this is premature. I think this is all very scary and very spooky and very anger-inducing. But unfortunately, the fact of the matter is people are still able to show up at their jobs, by and large, make a wage, go home, eat dinner, and go to sleep after.
And they'll continue to be that way.
They will until something like... There's a big difference between, oh, my stocks are down, and, oh, shit, the Soviets have surrounded the Fuhrer's bunker. Like, that's the difference we're talking about here.
It is not the difference we're talking about here.
I mean, it is. That's what it took to get him out, but yeah.
I mean, sure, that's what it took to get him out after World Wars. This is why the equating language is...
World War to get him out.
But it took a world war after 10 years of being in power.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't start the world war. That's not where it began.
No.
So are you saying it's inevitable until then?
Well, you think people weren't resisting before then either. They were. They were just squashed. They were squashed. They were resisting harder than anyone in this country.
So you're saying
has.
It's inevitable. You're saying it's inevitable.
I'm not saying it's inevitable. I'm just saying, like, I think that there are outcomes that are personally worse than failure that I think people don't tend to consider when they're not there yet. I'm not saying you haven't. I'm just saying, like, there are some dark outcomes for individuals here before any of this causes actual change that people need to think about. Because if you think like you're willing to bear the cost of some of this shit, like, I would think very hard about that. And I'm not gung ho about encouraging people to endanger themselves in that way. I'm just not.
If we're in a position where people are not comfortable endangering themselves or doing things like actively protesting or putting themselves,
sure, yeah, go for it.
That's putting them in danger.
It is putting them in danger. There's a difference.
So you're saying it's okay in that position. It's a level of danger that you're okay with pushing. What's the level of danger?
Well, it's not a matter of level of danger. It's a matter of, are these particular types of activity that specifically target you for a certain kind of destruction very efficiently at an individual level. When you go to a protest, there's always a possibility someone throws a rock or the police get violent.
Don't firebomb and don't do violence.
Yeah, sure. Any of that's possible. But when, for example, you're like fucking with your credit score, that's a thing that can put you into
problem. Yeah, you're stuck on an example. And again, if you think that that's like how that works, how about sitting on Wall Street bets with 2 fake accounts and telling people that they need to buy? How about fucking with people in these different places where retail buyers
are these things that can get you like
no, they're just trolling.
For fraud. Okay.
Again, this is where we start talking about the point.
Yeah.
Do something new, because nothing has worked to stop this so far. Figure out something people haven't done and try it. Violence ain't the answer. Simple, easy. But we know that this doesn't have to end always the same way. We know that this is a far more incompetent, completely different position than World War II was. And we're not at a point where he has ensconced himself at that level. He really hasn't. We haven't seen the complete dissolution of the government. We haven't seen the dissolution of things like the post-Reichstag. We haven't seen these things happen. We're playing towards them. But this is the position we're at now, is kind of kicking the bear a bit in order to force some of those things to happen. Because if it's gradual, that's my biggest fear. If it takes 10 years of slowly deporting worse and worse and worse people, and then less worse, and then less worse, and then less worse, and then ultimately we're just in the same position as the Nazis, because all we care about is stability and maintaining that, then literally we're just going to do exactly what the liberals did with the Nazis in power, which is hold the system up as much as possible because we're all kind of happy. We're not going to encourage anyone to do anything dangerous or anything that puts them in danger until they're all in danger. And then they're all very much in danger. It's a different beast. We live in a time very much where there are things to do that I can't consider that have been part of various movements in time that have had effect drastically in a ton of different ways. The Occupy movement failed. Sure. How did it start? That's the thing to look at. Because you're not talking about, are we going to have an Occupy? How do we build it? I need to call the right people and we need to get the right parts.
Hang on, slow down, Cowboy. There's a flip side to this, though. You're talking about how did something that failed start? Why did it fail? Well, part of why it failed was in the starting. That's important. That's not, these aren't like unrelated.
That's not true, though.
The kind of thing that it was is related to its particular contingent history, the particular ways in which it organized, the kinds of things that came into power through that as a consequence of the way it came into being.
Sure.
Okay, so like how it started matters. And like if it starts, for example, because a whole lot of people who don't know what they're doing or why end up just showing up at things and it just spirals out that way. Like that's like
great.
A very sanguine turn of events in which nothing bad happens to the people who are involved.
That's like Black Lives Matter. It's like, yeah, these things happen. And having these contingent sort of events, having these things start, they don't start from the position of let's have a gigantic thing. They start from the position of a handful of people being wary as it goes, figuring out how to adjust for that. Sure.
No, sure. But there's different like scales of relevance than just gigantic thing and individual. And it's not just like, well, just do individual stuff and the larger thing will just emerge magically. That's not how it works.
It is
like the smaller thing has to be planned to a minimal degree so that it turns into something instead of just randos just getting looped up and jailed or something. Like that matters, right? Like it's more complicated than that. The rules change at different scalar levels. It's not just the same all the way down up until you get to individuals, at which point anything goes. Like I'm sorry, it's just like even things like Occupy, like they had organizational structures beforehand. They had like planned notices that were sent out in order to get some kind of like synchronicity between the people who were doing it. It wasn't just a guy went out there and did a thing.
And
like
it was actually, that's what happened in Zuccotti Park. It was just a couple that did that. Yeah. A couple people did that.
Really? They were just a couple people just sat there. They had no networking with anybody. They just sat there and his people just went, oh, what are they doing? They just all just grew like a cancer.
I mean, I wouldn't use the term like a cancer, but it's not far from that.
I mean, you're talking about a destructive growth. So I mean, that's the best analogy I can think of.
I'm not talking about a destructive growth.
You want your enemies to have cancer.
It's not really what I'm talking about, though.
Okay.
There was
fungi. Are we happy? Do we like fungi more?
Like, this is the thing. When you talk about Occupy, you're talking about a handful of people, Canadians, actually, I'm pretty sure even, who wanted a specific protest to happen. And they kind of set a thing up, a couple of them. And it wasn't even like Occupy as a meaningful thing. Like, they began and again, if we go into it, they had some semblance of wanting to have a protest. The idea of it becoming Occupy Wall Street as we saw it, where even people like me in San Francisco were sitting in a park for a couple days, like that kind of shit, getting gassed and beaten by cops. Like that is not where they started at. That was not intentional at all.
Well, I mean, first they built a website, then they got a whole bunch of like hashtag spread, and they got a whole bunch of like, they got people there, right? It wasn't just like it was planned. It involved numbers of
But again, this is where you're choosing to say the beginning of it, where you're choosing to see the thing that is, it didn't begin with that. They never begin with that. They're part of a different thing. They become part of something else. These things grow themselves, and they are part of small singular actions that grow into larger things, and you don't know where they're going. To say it's not worth doing.
But the singular actions are typically involve the organization. Like
how does the organization get formed?
By people talking to each other, building a thing that acts as a nexus, and then growing it slowly in the background until you have a critical mass of people and connections that when you do a public thing, you don't immediately deflate enthusiasm for it because it's just a few people with science. Because people do that all the time and they're ignored.
But again, this is the presumption. So the
people who started people do that all the time and are just ignored.
The people who started Occupy did not start their shit. The first protest and the stuff that started the first protest with the goal of doing Occupy would have been really difficult for them, given the time frame and how this was set up and what they were actually protesting. Because they weren't protesting like Wall Street as we know it. It wasn't the thing that it became. Like it was a different.
But it was like a specific it was a planned occupation, right? Like that was always the plan. That was always the plan, was an occupation of Wall Street. That's literally how it started. They made a website. They got a whole bunch of people together. David Graeber was involved at one point. They didn't just go do it. Like they planned it. They had people involved in networking and like getting.
And again, I'm just going to let you know.
Yeah. Okay.
What you're talking about is not how it fucking worked. That is not how it worked. To say, oh, they did because they had Graeber involved at one point. Graeber didn't show up on the first day.
No.
He didn't show up on the second day. He wasn't even part of like that thing. The org that started it, like it didn't even start it as that. It was intended to be like a day of protest. It wasn't an Occupy thing at all. It was like, that was the phrasing they used, but it was meant to be like, if I remember right, it was playing towards the Million Man March. Like
it was called a Million Man March on Wall Street.
There you go. That's not an Occupy.
But
it's not. But again, not the point. You don't know where things are going to go. To start by working backwards through literally, here are these things, Occupy. Oh, well, what's that? Well, if we got a bunch of people together.
Hang on. No, they had an Occupy Wall Street web address that was registered on June 9th that year. So there was Occupy.
Sure, was in the word, but it wasn't meant what we mean it now. They didn't like, we're going to sit in Zuccotti Park and do nothing else, and everyone around the world will do this too. That's not the idea. It was meant as a single day protest. Like literally it was meant as a single day protest to start, and it didn't work. And it became bigger. It didn't work in the sense of like something much bigger. And when you start, and again, Occupy isn't even the point. The people behind who started Occupy had gotten to that point. How did they get to that point? Well, they didn't do it by saying, hey, in 12 years, I want to fucking do it. Instead, they, like, I think 20 years before, had already been doing like weird anti-consumerist, like posters and shit and art installations and happenings and all kinds of weird stuff that they brought out. And from there, they went, hey, we should start a thing around this. And they did. And they started a group there. But that first thing that like actually the people who did Occupy started with was like 15 to 20 years before. And it was just a couple of them fucking around. You never know where something's going to go. Start something new, do something new, and get there. Don't try to think about the efficiency of what that final act is. The efficiency of that final act, you don't know.
No, I'm not even talking about, hang on, I'm not even talking about efficiency. I'm saying that there are positive acts that you can make that abort your capacity to do stuff later on. I'm not disagreeing with you that like you should be constantly looking for creative ways in order to engage and organize and resist things like this. But like by the same token, like a lot of the stuff that like the tone of this conversation seems to be stuff that actually has a very, very quick short-term impact. You're talking about efficiency.
I'm talking about 2 to 3 years to 4 years impact. We have an election. We have an election in 2026. We have an election in 2028. As much as everyone's like, oh, he's just going to claim or whatever. Do you want to know how we fail in 2028 and allow him to get a third term? By allowing him to get a third term. The reality is every country is a democracy. That's the reality. Every country is a democracy. Everyone just doesn't know that they're paying the price for that law, for that not acting on their own accord or their own agency or their own lack of repression. Like, these things are happening. There are, as I said, and I even mentioned it, there are people out there right now who are starting up campaigns to unseat Dems who are shit. There's a real thing. Schumer's got one. There's a bunch of them. Go find out how to support those people. Money, time, phone calls, web news, web work, Twitter posts. Who fucking knows? Like, whatever you can do something. But also start doing other things. Figure something out. Talk to a few people and be like, hey, how can we affect a thing? And come up with ideas, because you can. We are in a place where the slightest thing gets weird amplification, because anything that deviates off the norm is terrifying to people. And you're seeing this kind of on every front. And so that thing gives us a lot of room to fuck with stuff. Oh, just real quick. Shrek the Third did give us 20 memberships.
Thank you, Shrek. Appreciate it.
And I know we're in the middle of the passions and fire of argument, but
look, I'm not disagreeing with the spirit of anything you're saying. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. Like, if you're gonna do stuff, like, take heed that you're not doing stuff like sort of half-cocked based on your fear in the moment as well.
Well, don't do it out of fear,
nihilism based on just a general doomerism about the current situation. Because, like, for example, 2026, there's a real possibility that as a consequence of stuff that has nothing to do whatsoever with anybody who's anti-Trump, just the bare economic problems that Trump has wrought already and will continue to, with his non-policies and just reckless jingoistic attitude about trade and jailing people and so on and so forth. Like, all of that stuff may end up causing a Democrat resurgence in the House and so on and so forth that will not have anything to do with anything that you do. And one of the things that frustrates me is, like, there's I'm trying to think of how to word this. There's an enthusiasm for grassroots resistance that hasn't actually fully taken stock of how invested it still is in the other thing, so that all that ends up happening is you end up destroying your credibility and your power by that point, allowing things to just reset again at that stage. I don't know, like,
the ability in that election, and this is why, sure, for nothing else, Dems are probably taking, I think, the House and the Senate in 2026. And the Republicans know this. It's why Trump pulled back his UN nominee. Like, they're aware of this. I would very much argue that there is a huge difference based on how we can primary and what we can set up. Because whoever wins a primary in a Democrat district probably has a leg up. That's great. If you're not interested in helping someone maybe in that way, the other thing you can do is just volunteer to help with voting. Like, get out the vote. Great. Voting day volunteers, those people who are sitting there and wait all day for people to collect ballots, and support that. Help that. A volunteer, that's a real thing you can fucking do. Spend that time, because as much as they're going to try to completely dismantle the election and they're going to claim otherwise, it is having more people helps. Help the bureaucracy of this that is in place to do kind of what it's supposed to do. But beyond that, again, something new. The most interesting things you can do are simply to encourage people to do something. Not violence. Again, violence is stupid and works against everything that we want to stand for, that we care about. But across the board, just start doing things. Start a petition to stop gender-affirming care for cis kids. I think that's funny. And I think that would be a thing that you'd find a lot of weird takes on in people. But these things, they're odd conversations that begin a note that you can go out and say, hey, I'm doing a thing. And that itself is a thing. Is it going to do anything? I don't fucking know. But I can tell you what doesn't do a thing. Everything that's been done over the last 12 years has done nothing to stop this slow acceding of fascism.
But that also includes all the things you just listed off, because people were still doing those. It's not, those things weren't not being done.
Well, then do a version of them that hasn't been done. Like, again, so your
okay,
critique
but what if hypothetically, Brooks,
so the critique is that I'm not coming up with creative enough stuff off the cuff.
No, the critique is not that you're not coming up with creative enough stuff.
It doesn't take much to take these people down. We managed to get a local gun range to shut down and speaking event they were going to host for insurrection Adam Johnson. Took less than a day.
I agree. Thank you, by the way, for the lovely donation. It doesn't take a lot, is what I agree.
You can, you know, what you can do is you can actually go into.
You want me to replay it?
You can replay it, yeah.
I'm happy to do so. I mean, of course, I'm happy to do so. That would be. Boop, 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 boop. And insomnia. Here we go.
Money, 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 money.
It doesn't take much to take these people down. We managed to get a local gun range to shut down an speaking event they were going to host for insurrection Adam Johnson. Took less than a day.
What year?
How long ago was it, insomnia? That's Sunday's question.
That matters, right? Like, I'll give you another example. It wasn't that long ago that all these right-wing nut jobs are getting removed off social media, the same social media platforms that have been paying Trump for his campaign. Right? So it's like it's not as simple as like, oh, this worked before. It's like sometimes this worked before because larger forces had oriented themselves in such a way where they were already going to do that. That was already a thing that they were inclined to do. Now they're not inclined to do it. Like the field has shifted. That was today.
I mean, that's a pretty recent
link?
example. Do
You
you have
sent us a
anything
link?
more recent, insomnia? I mean, I need something more recent.
Well, can you give us a link? Like, what is this? Shut down a gun range. Why? Why did they shut down a gun range?
Because an insurrectionist was going to be giving a talk there.
An insurrectionist.
Yeah,
Today.
one of the Jan 6 people.
Okay. Like, where? I don't see a.
I don't think. Again,
I'm looking it up. I'm not seeing it.
insomnia. Send a link over to Sunday if you can.
Like,
or
this is
anything.
an historical precedent. I want to know what we're actually talking about here. That's the point, right? That's why it's being brought up. It's like, this is an example of like, well, this kind of discrete action will result in. I want to know. Like, what does a gun range mean? Like, there's a difference between a gun range and a university, for example. The universities are largely signing on to work with ICE in immigration enforcement. Like, that's a thing now. Like, even institutions where like free thought is supposed to take place have decidedly all taken a particular position on this.
He sent it to you Sunday.
Okay, let's see. The Omaha event is being promoted by Bearded Vet Coffee and the Nebraska Freedom Coalition. These groups are well known for amplifying far-right extremist actions. The April 14th event is being quietly organized. Wait.
This is the notice he sent out, and they canceled the event.
Okay. Like, who is responsible for canceling the event?
I'm going to guess the gun range.
Well, it's at the gun range. Like, is the gun range, like, the gun range presumably is hosting it? Is that because the venue's being like rented? Is that because a particular organization canceled? What was the reason given? Like, I'm not saying don't do this. Like, great, good job if that's what happened. But like, I need to see like how this translates. Because we're not talking about like, oh, a crazy right winger is going to give a talk here. Let's give social pressure to not let this crazy right winger talk here. We're talking about, no, this is stuff that's being done by the cops, right? So it's a different kind of.
So
beast.
88 was renting a space for the event.
Okay.
And they immediately contacted the event organizer. After conversations, they agreed to cancel it. So Insomnia Noir got them to not rent a space, and these people got this is a good example actually of the thing we're talking about.
Okay, sure, but I've never argued. I didn't argue against stuff like this at all. This is like normal. This kind of thing's been done like ubiquitously. It's been done for years. It's the stuff conservatives were whinging about up until Trump was elected. Oh, people are calling universities. They're calling like theaters and whatnot. They're telling them not to host these guys because they're bad. It's like, yeah.
Right.
What did it do? I'm confused. Well, what did it do though? Like seriously.
Well, we don't know. That's the point.
Well, we know what it didn't do. Like, I'm sorry.
No,
like,
no,
like,
we don't. We don't know what it didn't do because it hasn't done it yet. And we also know that things like this actually push the more extreme of it and the more crazy of it to vocalize themselves even louder. And actually, the more sane members of these parties tend not to be sort of pushed into the center. It's one of the big reasons it's one of these big reasons that we have this time around for the Trump campaign, and the people he has around him are not the same people that they had before. But before, he had a lot of lifelong politicians, statesmen, military people, and others who were right-wing, neoconservative, whatever you may say, like deeply right-wing, but they weren't this level of fascism. And most of them who didn't exist or survive much of the cabinet. But during that time, this kind of behavior, this kind of othering, this kind of ostracization basically created many celebrities out of the worst of these people, Laura Loomer and the like, who have become part of Trump's org, who are part of this, who are part of his strategy team.
No, look, I get all of this, but like, we need to okay, slow down and calm down for a goddamn second. We started this conversation with, and I realize like, oh, it's just one example or whatever, but that's the tenor of this. That's what I'm arguing with. Okay, we started off with go start applying. Go start applying for loans.
That is not what that is an example I gave. It was not. I did not say that's the thing to do.
Slow down. It's the kind of example you gave where there's no consideration whatsoever, frankly, for the longevity of the people who are doing it, and no timeline where it's like, hey, this is where you do the stuff that endangers you individually and takes you out of the game, because it can. Right? Like, it's not just like, oh, Trump's in office and he's deporting people unjustly, therefore everybody implode. We're talking on a scale of like 4 years, 2 years, 6 years, 8 years, 10 years. Like, slow down. We just started talking about this. And it's like, great, yeah. You apply social pressure to keep people from having like actual Nazis and insurrectionists giving talks at public venues and so on and so forth. That can work. What does it work for? We're not entirely sure, but it does seem to actually be like the pressure does seem to have some kind of short-term result. Now, that kind of thing became a ubiquitous part of the public discourse because it happened with great effect for a while before Trump took office twice. So I don't know what it actually does for anyone in particular, but it does seem to exhibit like, oh, there is some kind of energy there that can trigger some short-term effect. But I don't see that as a reason to think that like, oh, okay, we need to start fucking with businesses generally like we can, like it won't just backfire and fuck with individuals who then won't be able to do anything later when it's distinctly possible that the Democrats will simply take the House and the Senate anyways.
I just taking the House and Senate ain't going to do it.
Sure, I agree.
That ain't going to do
it. There's acceleration, and then there's like acceleration-y type behavior that doesn't do that.
But we don't know that. And again, the point would be that every person needs to decide for themselves what the level of the whole thing is. Because I'm not saying that everyone should go do all these things, but again, the kitchen counter sit-ins, like that reality of what it was, didn't start from a position of, I'm going to go do this. I'm going to do this because I'm part of a larger org and I have this goal in mind. It started differently. All of these things
not even a larger org, but like organized first. The individual nature
wasn't organized first.
Triggering me to begin with. Organized first means you've networked with some people, so you can do something with the strength of more than just one bloke showing up at a thing. Because that's just one bloke showing up at a thing. Nobody cares. People are annoyed by that, actually. Like normies are annoyed by that, actually. Like nobody does anything. You don't have any like. There's no equality before the law. Anybody who does this, who is not like, and even then, frankly, anybody who engages in stuff that makes a certain kind of noise too loudly, too fast when they're too alone, risks being essentially disappeared. Like it's different. It's different. It's not even a matter of like being blackpilled. It's like there's a difference between being willing to risk and just like I don't know. Like, there's no, I don't see a. It's not as simple as just like do a Hail Mary and stuff happens. People do that all the time. When I can't think of a single example
Rosa
where there weren't
Parks.
like massive forces that came to bear to do
Rosa
that.
Parks, single person that ended up being part of the larger forces because of.
Okay, but what else was happening around Rosa Parks? It wasn't.
Yeah, but
just
that's
Rosa
see
Parks.
now that's it's a single person's act. It's a single person's act. That's what you just said. It's single person's act.
Yes, but once again, though, we're talking about a single person in this case who was like, there was a spectacle attached to it. The part that I'm mentioning that's really important is that you will just be disappeared without a spectacle. There's no guarantee of a spectacle with any of this.
Right.
The fact that she was in a public thing where she
right,
had to
but
be
that's
physically
again,
removed, but
you're kind of making the point though, because the other people before her, she wasn't the first person to refuse to give up her bus seat. That's not like new. It was a thing that began being done and that people did. It not necessarily organized, but not unorganized, not out of nowhere. And others were disappeared.
Okay, but here's what's important though. Can you name one?
Can I name the people who were disappeared or killed because of it?
Name one who was disappeared who did the exact same thing Rosa Parks did before Rosa Parks.
Name one of them who isn't as a person, who wouldn't go, I kind of did this and this was my choice as a human.
That's not what I'm asking you.
I'm asking you if you think they would like.
We're talking about the
undo
FSU
it.
political action. I'm asking you to name one.
I'm not naming them. That's the point. Is that I'm not naming them. That's actually my point.
But here's the problem though, because if you're
do you think Rosa Parks would have done it without those other people? Would she have been the first?
Well, was she the
because
first? That's my question.
She was not the first.
How do you know?
Because we have multiple police reports and stories over the course of years leading up to that, and the general history of this shows that she wasn't the first. The bus boycotts in this way were done in this way. It was a semi-active known thing.
Okay, but when did we get those police reports?
What the fuck are you, what?
Here's what I'm saying. If those other ones had no public existence, then they weren't related to the Rosa Parks case. They just happened. The Rosa Parks one was different.
Just so you know, you shouldn't go down this road. You're going to be wrong on this.
Was Rosa Parks spontaneous or was it planned?
Neither, because neither is how these things work.
But that's not true. Because
it is absolutely true. It's absolutely true. I mean, it just is. The idea that Rosa Parks wouldn't have done what she was doing, like, she was a secretary for the NAACP. Did they say, hey, we're going to go do this now? No.
It's not a matter of why she would do it. It's a matter of why did the things she did matter?
Because she was an old woman and it was a particular case.
That was an element of the spectacle, but why were there eyes on it to begin with? Like, why was this a thing as an entity? Because you're making a point that I agree with, but then you're abandoning at the last step, which is, I agree with you that the ways in which these things work come from the contingent specific actions of unique individuals, unique circumstances in all cases, and you can't just diagnose how a thing.
Just real quick, John Miller, that is a white supremacist lie that Rosa Parks was organized and was actually planned. That the entire thing was planned. It's a lie. Doesn't have any history basis at all in any of the documentation in any capacity. And Rosa Parks herself has disavowed that multiple times before she died. Like, she, in her words, I was getting on the bus to go home, not to be arrested. To say otherwise is part of the, like a white supremacist lie that had started then, that this was a concerted singular effort by a large organization, usually, by the way, backed by the Jewish people, to push these into place. She was not organized in that way. She was part of, just like most people who do these things in these active activities, they are part of larger understandings of activities that are happening. But their particular action is both inspired by and part of that.
Yes, but you
also,
know what? Okay, that's true. That's true. But why did hers make a noise when other ones didn't? Because there was an existing.
We actually don't know.
There was an existing organization that made a spectacle of it. They made a thing about it. There was a group of people that had the networks and the connections in order to spread word of a thing to make it into an entity. It didn't just like it, this one wasn't just magic. Oh, we rolled. I don't know what. I don't know dice terms. Got a critical role on this one. There you go. Like, that's not what happened. There was an organization that started like spreading spreading about it and like doing like similar boycotts afterwards.
And again, that's ahistorical. Like, again, it's ahistorical. The reason she was particularly is because Rosa Parks, as a woman, as an older woman, was known as like an important member of the community, the church-going community of her area. She was known. And so this older known woman, who was not necessarily like a fucking knocking the door down protester, her being specifically arrested was big news amongst the community. The next day, the NAACP and other groups stepped in, and there are groups like that. But I'm hoping you're not going to say we're going to have to found a version of the NAACP at that scale. Instead, all the other groups that are poised and ready to spring at something like that were ready for it. They were waiting for, and they were ready. But we don't have to find those organizations. Those exist. They're waiting for stories to spring on, and they constantly tell them. In the same way that we can talk about
the people who are getting
George Floyd didn't have a group.
The people who are getting grabbed from universities are activists with those organizations around them. Like, this is already being done at scale. This is a thing that's already happening, right? This is already happening.
What are you talking about?
The guy we just saw being walked out of the university, this was an activist. This was a highly publicized event. This has already happened. We're not talking about like, oh, there's a sudden crack in this. There's a sudden like ripple in this seamless, perfectly calm like lake. It's like, no, this is already happening.
And chat's correct. She's not an old. I got to meet her when she was an elderly woman. I have a fucking image in my head of when I met her as a person. It stuck with me. Sorry about that. But she was not. But she was a
Brooks
respected.
is in his 40s. He's feeling very old these days.
Well, she was a respected older person. She was a pillar of the community. She was considered like very stand-up-ish, very, I don't want to say conservative. She was an important member of the community. It was a big deal at that point. But again, the underlying thing is the activity that started all this or caused these explosions. The idea that they are deeply planned is not just correct. The idea that they are wholly spontaneous is also incorrect. We don't know how these things go. Doing something new, pushing buttons, getting things to move forward in some way, that's the big deal to get this going. It's the thing that has to happen. And again, it's perfectly fine if everyone is just like, hey, it's scary, I don't want to get involved. I get it. I have kids. It's tough. My wife doesn't let me take the kids to protests. I don't blame her. We live in Proud Boy country. You never quite know. But everyone's got to pick their own place of what it takes for them and doing something. Because you don't know what's going to cause these pool balls to knock and have things to matter. And again, why did Rosa Parks take off? The biggest reason, I think, is because white audiences didn't see her as someone who should be a victim of police violence. That's the thing that they saw.
All right,
because she was well kept up.
Okay, well, we got a bit of a problem there then, because unfortunately, left-wing activism, especially anti-Trump activism, is compromised, quote unquote. Which is
George Floyd was the reason behind the Black Lives Matter movement. Like, I have a hard time believing that this has taken on that level of extreme view amongst the average person. Again, the average voting person in this last election, sure. But the average person, I'm not sure I buy that. But that's why this one guy, this dad barber, has become news for a lot of people, and a lot of people are talking about it.
All right, let's talk about that one for a second.
Sure.
As an example. Okay. Let's think up a way to do something about the barber that's been sent to El Salvador. Go.
Say again?
Let's think of something that can be done about the barber that's gone to El Salvador.
I have no
Sky's
idea.
limit within TOS. Think of something.
I have no idea.
Okay. What other high-profile thing is there to do that with?
To do what with?
Anything.
Everything is anything. Just because you and I don't have the ability or imagination right now to come up with a thing that can be done doesn't mean that nothing can be done.
Well, I mean, in terms of a... Okay, sure, but then who are you talking to? You're talking to people who hear you, who have presumably ability. Otherwise, you're telling people who don't have the ability, hey, you should do this thing you can't do.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I don't know who our audience is. Correct.
Okay.
Do something new. Do something different. Yes.
Well, I think assuming that we even know what something new and different would be is sort of putting the cart before the horse. I would say start getting.
I mean, we don't.
That
is exactly the point. That's why
I would just say start getting involved in local organizations and start actually taking time out of your day to connect with things that are already going, because you're probably don't be origin of language in politics. That's how I would put it, because it's like,
fair.
You know, I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying. I just don't know that like accelerationism as a plan by little people is a thing. Like
plan would be the whole problem there, because I don't think I'm advocating
I don't
for
think
plan.
accelerationism as an aim makes sense from a little perspective, because that's a thing that takes place at the scale of large aggregates, which you aren't tapping into. And moreover, it's not just a matter of like, well, you don't know if it's not going to work. It's you don't know if that's not going to do the opposite.
I mean, I would very much say that what I'm generally advocating is not really anything close to accelerationism, even though I know I'm touching towards it.
You said accelerationism.
No, I said there. I said very particularly that I'm dancing near it, but I'm hesitant to say that what I'm advocating is straight up like it. What I'm advocating is that we get to a point now that it's okay to experiment and try things. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, the push in politics has always been pretty consistently within what I would call a general liberal order. And when you see things that go around that, we've experienced the opposite. I remember the G20 protests was one of my sort of first early experiences in Seattle. There was a completely different way of handling things. It was very, very wild. And violence was part of it. And I think over time, we've learned that violence not only doesn't bring people to your side in any capacity, it actually galvanizes people against your stance very, very often.
Well, under liberal conditions, it does. Not necessarily, though. Like just to be strictly clear, like not necessarily. Actually, it's a little bit more complicated than that.
It is more complicated generally under liberal conditions.
It depends specifically though on context and specifically who's involved and how they've been framed. So, for example, what's the difference between the first Intifada and the second Intifada? It's not the absence of violence in the first one. There was absolutely violence there.
Mm-hmm.
So that was framed in the kind of thing that was being done and by which organizations and which things were construed as what organizations. And they have reputations that were bleeding in from stuff outside and so on and so forth. So it's like, even here, it's like there are things you can do that are completely peaceful that will be treated as if they are violent, or you will be treated as if you merit violence regardless of how peaceful you are. And that's a separate situation, because like we are in a place now where someone doing a Rosa Parks thing will not be treated the same way. Someone who's being deported, for example, for protesting the massacre of 10,000 Palestinian children, will not be treated that way. And that has to like factor into what you choose to do and how, because like it's not the same world. Like it doesn't work the same way in these cases. The way information transmits matters. The way it's framed based on the current situation matters. Like we're not talking about like, people are being like removed visibly in front of other people in public all the time and brutalized by the cops for sitting where a white person can sit. We're talking about people who have been framed by the mainstream media, by both political parties at mass scale as being terrorists, are being not being allowed the privilege of staying in a country where they aren't officially citizens, which is a framing that you have to do a lot more work to get around, because it's not outrageous to someone who hasn't been paying attention. That's the problem. So like the nature of the spectacle like matters. That's all I'm trying to get at here. And you can be deleted in advance of making that spectacle, and there are things you need to do to not be. So when we're talking about like all these other people who did the same thing Rosa Parks did, it behooves us to pay attention to why did those ones not work but the Rosa Parks one did. And it's not just because of Rosa Parks as a person. It also has to do with the fact that by this point, there were people looking for a particular event like this to do stuff with, because it was becoming more and more common, true. But that wasn't because of what Rosa Parks did. That's because people were already looking for that. That happened to be the one that was that was used. Like that's it. Like I'm
just
like,
as the same with George Floyd.
But also just with the same with all those people who were just disappeared and murdered in Nazi Germany. Just to be clear, there is a real possibility in this world where you're in a situation where all that stuff actually does do nothing and fails and just kills you. That is a thing. That is true.
Yes, but if we go back to what was going on in Nazi Germany, there wasn't people waiting for the opposite story. There wasn't a general populist push against it, which there is. Mind you, there is. They may not be in power right now, but it is absolutely deeply unpopular as a thing that they're doing this. Whereas in Nazi Germany, it was quite the opposite. It was quite the opposite. There was a majoritarian...
Well, a major factor in Nazi Germany, really Weimar Germany, because by the time the Nazis were in power, it didn't matter so much anymore. For a little bit, it did, actually, weirdly. But when you're dealing with the Social Democrats hunting down communists, a major component of this is the fact that the communists were actually being so disruptive of the liberal order by itself that they were more fearful of the communists than they were of the right-wingers, because the right-wingers are also pro the institution. Now, here's the problem. Just as these aren't one-sided things on one side, they aren't one-sided things on the other side. The strategies taken by the communists created a situation in which they had no power whatsoever with dominant powers, which meant that they could be isolated and targeted with such moral sanction that nobody even really talks about them anymore. People talk about the racial minorities that were targeted, not about the political ones. They went.
The communists sided within the Nazis and were able to be eliminated as part of the Nazi Party because they were part of the Nazi Party.
No, the communists were targeted after the Nazis came into power.
But they were part of the party and the movement.
Wait, the communists were part of the Nazi Party? What?
They were a significant part of the rise. The Socialist Party and the Workers' Party and the others. They were part of that, weren't they?
No, they were violent resistors of the Nazis.
Well,
they were also violent themselves.
I'm talking about the politicians and the people in those parties, though.
Well, though you're talking about the Social Democrats, and you're not talking about the communists. You're talking about the people who actually had control of Weimar as soon as the Kaiser left, right? Because they were the first head of the first head of state of Weimar after the World War I was a social democrat, not like a socialist, but they were brutalizing communists long before the Nazis ever were a thing.
LT in chat actually, I think, is making my point for me, and I think unknowingly. Brooks says survivorship biases. He's focusing on all the times actions were successful, ignoring the million times such actions failed. I'm not ignoring them. This is one of those things where it's like, hey,
I disagree with that. Actually, I disagree with that a little bit.
I think it's my point though that if you're going to say that mostly actions fail, so off we go. Yeah. The other side is sometimes the actions work, so do things. Like, that's it. Sometimes the actions work. Do things. We don't know what will work. Don't just do the same shit that everyone else is doing. Certainly don't do the ha ha ha, look at how silly they are and how dumb they are. We are so much smarter. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. But again, what we're talking about at the base level, and it's, I think, the important underlying thread that is here, is that this is not an inevitability, that we are not in the position. Here is how I would put it. We're not in the position of having the entire country like gung-ho about this. These are not as popular policies as Trump is claiming, as the media is playing out. They're things that people are generally against, especially in a lot of states that didn't vote for Trump this time around and are far, far exceeding that the other way. There are challenges that are being made. Granted, they're only legalistic and legals don't matter in this fucking case. But as those things continue, as business is put in the thresher, and it is being put in the thresher across the board, Wall Street, money, power, oil, banks, mining, you name it, all of them are being put through the thresher for Trump. As that happens, he is actually in a position of what I would say and call accelerating, where he has to be pushed harder and harder and harder. And I think as he's pushed, he makes dumber and dumber mistakes, and we're seeing it very consistently. And that would be my core argument. So do something that pushes that. It's not really accelerationism. It's more stupidity acceleration. How do you accelerate the stupid?
Here's what I think. I think what's happening right now is Trump is very publicly, very loudly pushing several populations of people to be against him at once, including several people within his own party and people in the billionaire class as well. And I think that treating this like a Nazi Germany type situation where it's like, just go do something because the Holocaust is on the horizon is I think a mistake.
I don't think that's what I'm saying.
I'm not saying that's what you're saying exactly.
Oh, yes.
I'm just saying, like, I think there's a very real possibility that the entire board is going to get shifted in ways that we can't expect over the next 2 years. And
yes,
I agree. I think what I think the priority should be, and you can disagree with me on this, what I think the priority should be is making sure that you are there, present, and able for when that happens, because there's going to be a point where you actually do have the ability to exercise real influence. And I think right now we're in sort of a lull where there's confusion. Nobody knows what's going on. There aren't concrete things even to respond to. And the actions you take will probably just get lost in the overall churning of everything. Right?
I would argue that confusion is only going to intensify. Filling the zone with shit is literally their strategy that they've spoken about openly.
Sunday, you're making the Nazi comparison. I wasn't making the Nazi comparison holistically. I was referring to the fact that, as an example, I could have used the Soviet Union. There are cases where there are protests and certain types of action of this kind that simply result in the self-selecting for deletion of the individuals who perform them so that they aren't there later on to be part of anything afterwards. And they do indeed just get deleted. They don't matter. It doesn't do anything. It does something if the removal of the person causes a spectacle that is disadvantageous to the regime. Like that's a case where it happens, but just getting removed doesn't just automatically turn you into a Rosa Parks. You can just die. That's the thing. You could just be disappeared, or you can just lose everything and just be gone.
Well, again, this is where the reality of the situation, and sure, it can be that dire. It also might not be. It depends on the person, depends on the circumstance, depends on the action. And I think this is where I think the important distinction is to say, do something. Don't make it something that can be justified to have violence done against you. Because, again, the stuff that was organized, to be frank, amongst the civil rights leaders was when they went, hey, do things, set things up, be ready for the police to come with their dogs, with their pistols, with their guns, with their water cannons. They're going to do things. And that's the point. And the media will be there, photos will be there, and this is the point. That thing that is there, the provocative side of things, is what causes change in a significant way and very often. And it is not fun to talk about, and it is scary in its own way, but I think it's important to have that conversation and to say those things and go, hey, this stuff, here is what we know has worked in the past. Here's also what we know has not worked. And also, we're in a time that is incredibly unprecedented. Doing something new and figuring it out in a very small way and not knowing necessarily where it goes. Be smart, be safe, don't be dumb. Make sure you don't, whatever it is. But to not resist is giving in, is giving up.
Okay, so when's your protest, Brooks?
When's my protest?
When's your protest?
I go to them. I'm not setting one up. I've got too much shit going on right now. Working on depending if I move, city council run. I'm already annoying people on the city council here.
Nice.
I do those things. I maybe taking time. My computer has decided to disconnect a monitor and then reconnect it because.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, God, I don't know. God of Windows hates me. I don't know why. I'm just watching my monitors turn on and off. What do you have the capability to do? And what is within your power? And what can you do to increase your power in that space? Go do things. Get involved locally, do stuff, sure. But
you mean the thing I suggested? Okay,
I've been yelling about it for a long time. But then the other side is do other things, do things that push things a little bit, that fuck with things. I gave bad examples. Sure, I don't really give a shit, and feel free to pick them apart. It's dumb ideas. I don't care. Call them dumb. Call them sucky. Call me shit. I don't give a fuck at any of that. The big deal is doing something, and doing something new that you, in your unique position, with your unique talents, with your unique experience, are able to do that I can't do or conceive of. Go do that. Go do that.
Money, 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 money.
Wow, only 87 likes and we have almost 200 people watching. Shameful.
This is the way the stream has been going. Only a handful of people ever like it. That's fine. What are you going to do, right? What are you going to do?
I can't help but notice we haven't named anything.
What do you mean?
We haven't listed anything. You just
Listed
join your
anything to do?
organization.
Because I don't want to list anything to do. That's the point. Like that's literally the point. If I sit here and say, here are the things you can do, here's the 6 things, you're going to go do those fucking things. And great. Then what? Like,
okay, but besides joining an organization and getting networked with people, like what is somebody who's going to watch a stream going to go do afterwards?
If you don't know your city council names, go do that. That's a start.
Go. Okay, look, that's a specific thing.
Very particular thing. Find out your city council. Find out where their
look.
Find out where their business ties are. It takes a very, very short amount of time to learn that, and then with those business ties, begin doing calls on their behalf.
Okay.
If you don't like them.
When I say particular, I'm gonna couch.
That's
this.
extremely particular.
That is extremely particular, and I like it for that reason. I'm gonna couch this. Okay. You've got a tendency to just say, "Go do the thing," and it feels very empowering. However, there are unspoken clauses that you had in your head that you thought were in other people's heads that weren't there when you said it, and then you will fight tooth and nail to defend that without that
I'm also
clause
trying not to say other things that are toss. So it's a self-censoring that works in a lot of different ways. What? It's tough. It's a tough conversation to have, visibly. Not disagreeing with that.
After all that, it's TOS. That's why. Okay. What's next on the agenda? Fuck me. I didn't get enough alcohol for this.
It's everyone find their thing. I don't fucking know. I don't know you. What are you doing Sunday?
I ask myself that every morning. Do you want to talk about IP?
Internet protocol?
Yes, Brooks. Internet protocol. That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, maybe. How am I supposed to know?
Do you want to talk about Musk and what's his name? It's Jack Dorsey? Musk and Jack Dorsey.
Oh, God. That's a whole thing. Yeah, we can do that.
Bonding at the balls over, let's just eliminate intellectual property.
Yeah, that's a fun one. I got it. The Fast Company article, I'm assuming?
I think so. Is that what it's from?
That's what I've got. Is it this guy? Come on. Oh, there we go. Scroll on down. There we go. All right, Sunday, open it up.
As the two tech moguls call for the abolition of intellectual property law, Elon Musk and Jack Dorsey, experts warn that such a move could gut innovation and dismantle decades of legal protections.
Fair statement.
Yes.
Fair statement.
I also hate it a little bit, but I get it.
I hate it. I hate this in its own way. And I think there's a lot to be said that, like, again, I think there's going to be, I'm going to have a fucking wildly nuanced take on this one because we have one of the most fucked up copyright IP systems that exist in the world. So I'm not like insensitive to the general problem we have, but Jesus Christ, what a fucking way to go about it. Few statements communicate a sentiment more directly than 4 words. Jack Dorsey, a co-founder of Twitter, posted over the weekend on the platform he no longer controls. Delete all IP law was his simple message. That was backed by Elon Musk, the current owner of the platform Dorsey founded, renamed X. Given that big tech appears to be working hand in glove with the U.S. president, Musk remains a close confidant of Donald Trump. Despite a few tariff-shaped bumps in the road, their seemingly casual exchange deserves serious attention. A conversation that in another context, another time, could have just been seen as casual conversation or irrelevant or interesting and part of the public debate now inspires realistic regulation and fears about whether it might become policy in a week's time. Oh, that's fucking
yeah.
That is where we live. I keep forgetting that we live in that time.
Yep. 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 Yeah.
Tech companies have been
I'll take it from here. Tech companies have been lobbying hard for changes to copyright laws. In the UK, the government recently consulted both the public and industry on proposed reforms to long-standing copyright protections, reforms that would require copyright owners to opt out if they don't want their work to be legally used to train AI systems. Those in the creative industries have responded to this latest proposal with mockery and outrage. Delete IP law, and you delete one of the main incentives to create at all, says Ed Newton Rex, a former executive. I hate that's wrong. It's very wrong, and I hate what's behind that. But former executive of Stability AI and now one of the most outspoken critics of big tech's approach to copyright and AI, Newton Rex calls the Musk-Dorsey exchange a ludicrous suggestion from tech execs who are completely out of touch with working creators.
I actually think his sentiment's not wrong.
No, his sentiment's not wrong. It's just there's two things working at opposite purposes here. The one is that the incentive to create is entirely capital driven, which is not true. The other one is this is 100% being proposed to the advantage of billionaires like Elon Musk and Dorsey, to the detriment of people who are creating stuff, which is true. So
it's specifically to basically allow AI companies to force people to opt out, which means that if you don't actively find them, then they're free to just use all of your shit.
Exactly. Now, is it saying you need to opt out like in a blanket way? As in you go into a registry, or you need to find every individual AI and you need to send them a letter.
Correct. And it only applies to AIs over a certain size, if I remember right. The way that they were talking about it. Because it, again, the way that a lot of this stuff works is simply by illegally going after and taking in as much content as it can. This is how Facebook made its money. Again, this is not a shock. Facebook made all of its money, so did Twitter and YouTube, through the piracy of other people's IP. If you don't think YouTube exists primarily because all of us like sharing Simpsons clips before they got Content ID in place, you are fucking mistaken.
What are the implications for patent law, given that a lot of the stuff that they're trained on is actually like
patent law doesn't change? Patent law doesn't change any of that.
No, but isn't that significantly undermined if you have these things being able to imitate?
No,
I guess not. No, yeah.
No, imitation of a patent is an infringement depending on a handful of very particular things. It's a different beast. Different beast. And again, they're not trained on patents to build new things or to copy stuff. The goal for AI is to build things that sound like stuff that already exists. There's a difference in how that stuff is working. So again, Eye of the Master. Matteo Pascali's work, Eye of the Master. This thing right here, Eye of the Master. This is the best book on AI. If you get a chance to pick it up, there are PDFs that exist out there. The very short version is that he argues that AI is not built to be like the brain, but instead that the inner code of AI imitates the structure of labor and social relations itself. And he is right. He's right. He's right. Taking on and doing a fucking patent thing or having it copy patents, then no one cares if you're copying a patent. What they care is if you're actually implementing the patent and using it elsewhere. And that's where, like, copyright law, like, I don't think they're trying to get around the idea of like, oh no, we're going to say this is a Pablo Picasso. What they want is the ability to not care if it's copied from Pablo Picasso's works via AI. That's the difference.
Oh, LibGen's working again. Nice.
Oh, nice.
It's been a little while.
So it's completely fucked up. And again, the way that they set up and the way that we've set up IP, and this is EU and the US, is horrifying. We have a really wild system that is really built less around creators. And this is true, by the way, of patents as well, but around the companies they work for rather than the actual person who's creative. So when we talk about like who owns copyright of various things, it often isn't even the artist anymore, but instead the people that they're licensed to and set up by. And so they don't actually get their rights meaningfully, depending on how it's uploaded, how it's created, what it's created in, all of these things. So it's really awful. But the AI push specifically is because they don't want to have to pay artists or people for work. That's all they care about. They just don't get it.
Yep.
The irony is that ultimately code is going to be the first thing I think that is going to be hit. If it's not already, I have friends who are AI and vibe coding or whatever you're calling it, has already begun being implemented at a lot of startups, games companies, tech companies, where they're starting to get people to go through and use AI. They're demanding it, which is crazy, but you're seeing it kind of across the board. You can't copyright code in the same way. There's patents on it, but it's such an old way of, using libraries, using code. There's only so many ways to code a thing. You can't really copyright it in the same way, parts of it and things. So it's a tougher area, but this is why they do this. They don't get how art works as a thing. It's a shame. It's a shame. And it's sad. Among the many worries there are is that if we do away with IP law, we disincentivize creators from creating, said Belize. It would make it more likely for AI to train on its own outputs, degrading quality of results over time. But beyond that, it risks dismantling more than a century of functioning copyright law just to support a business model that's already made plenty for its founders, which is true. But this is where you start getting into what is copyright as a thing. And it's tough. So AI, Grok, for example, it's been going viral a lot lately. If you haven't seen it, stealing the vibe of Studio Ghibli.
Yeah.
But Ghibli doesn't own that look. That's actually not a thing Ghibli can own. That's just not how that's set up. They can own the characters, but
it would help if they didn't. It'll help they didn't put the word Ghibli into it.
I don't see how. If someone draws a painting of themselves as a character in Ghibli and they say, this is Ghibli Brooks.
Yeah.
So what are you saying? That's a violation of copyright? You can make arguments, but this is where we start talking about that side of it is very not how copyright law is meant to work. Conversely though, the reality of what these things are trained on, which is the basis. This isn't about the output. Ghibli is not upset about the output. The musicians are not upset about the output. Kind of, but that's not really the thing. The thing is that the labor that went into the creation of all of these things is being taken for free, stolen. The labor is being flatly stolen by all of these AI companies, just stolen. That's it. It's not, the output is shitty and most artists are just rolling their eyes at it and it's garbage and it's upsetting. But the thing is at the base is these companies like Grok have $60 billion and bullshit and all the money, more money than God, built on the backs of artists and images and things created by people. And all of that never got paid. They stole labor.
I think I wouldn't even characterize it as stealing the labor per se. I think it's something a bit more insidious than that, because the labor, the capacity of the people who made that art to benefit in whatever way they wanted to benefit from that art hasn't been taken. The labor itself hasn't been redirected. There's an artifact left over behind it, the likeness of which has been used to steal the future capacity of people to recreate that act of creation, to redo that. It's not that the labor for the particular pieces was taken. It's that it's being used to fuel an anti-human machine that's going to make that artistic endeavor impossible or significantly less able to be supported, because it's going to be drowned out by similar stuff that's being churned out by a computer. Which is different. I wouldn't characterize that as stealing labor. It's stealing something else from society as a whole. It's stealing a part of the landscape almost.
Well, but here's the thing. There are voice actors specifically who are particularly using companies and have signed with certain companies to do their voice as an AI voice that They work with, they help train, they get it in a position. Singers, musicians too. This is a thing because people are saying like, look, generative is a thing. Generative in a lot of different ways is a thing. So I need to be a part of that. I need to help set these things up. So that setup, they're going to be getting royalties effectively off of their influence or how their thing is used as they go on. It's less the inhuman machine. It is that the work that they did in building that, the actual effort that it took to train it, whether it's the guy who, like the first time this came out, it was Facebook who was saying that they could do sound effects. And it was the first time that it was like slightly convincing. And my brother who does Foley work for video games and film, he was just like, he's like, my shit is in here. He's like, there's no way they didn't use my shit. They used a bunch of people's stuff in it. They even were upfront about what they stole from.
Hypothetically, like imagine I did something like this, not involving AI at all. Like suppose I found a piece of artwork on like some website or whatever, and I traced it out. And then I watched the movement of my hand and I programmed an arm to do that exact same product. It just created like mass produced, like an object in the style of the thing that I was copying.
Yeah.
Like we wouldn't call that stealing the labor, but it is stealing something. It's related to the labor. That I think needs to be distinguished because we're talking about the labor. We're talking about like sort of we're talking about an abstraction of the creator of the initial product. We're not talking about something that's fungible with something that observes that activity taking place and then imitates it or adds that observation to the production of something else that involves sort of elements derived from it. That's different. It's not the labor there. The labor is being disrespected, absolutely, because obviously the act of creating something as an individual human being is different, and it's undermined in terms of like what you can do with it if you values it. But
it's also required for this because if you don't have human created things, what you end up with is what they call corporophagia, shit eating, where an AI is basically eating its own stuff and built off its own things. If you don't have that human labor at the base of it, it isn't actually a system that is of any use to anybody.
Well, no, it is of use to somebody clearly because it eliminates.
No, it has to have
purchase labor.
Say what?
It eliminates the need to purchase labor.
Right, but my point would be if you don't have the human layer at the base, though, because it's always at the base of all of these.
No, I'm just saying it's not at the base. Like the labor went into creating the thing that it then used. But it's not correct to say that it stole the labor because that's different. There's a disconnect there. It's doing something else. It's sort of like when you build a highway off of ground that was cleared because of a fire by a previously occupying country, you're not stealing that labor. You are, however, doing something that will prevent that from like growing again, say, or you are preventing like a repetition of acts that other people were able to do beforehand. Like you're definitely limiting labor. You're definitely like stealing terrain in which labor.
But again, we're talking about like, let's say I put out a thing that was like, hey, if you hit a button and it'll give you a random word, a random scene for 2 seconds of Marvel. It'll give you a frame from a Marvel film.
Okay.
That is straight up stealing the labor and work of everyone who did that shit with Marvel. It's straight up what that is. And if I'm charging for it, especially if I have a company that makes billions, that's all that this is. There's no other steps to this. It's literally just, oh yeah, you want this stuff from these things that other people created. Yeah, I do, but I don't want to have to pay for the original labor.
There's some metaphysical wonkiness here that I don't like.
Okay.
What is this thing that is flowing from the creator to the thing that is specifically the property of, because like
the human labor and time,
right?
That's the thing.
Okay, except
I could also say libido, but I'm gonna stick with labor for the time being.
Well, they're different, but labor was exchanged in the process of generating the thing that's modeled off of. But also the thing that was being sold anyways was also not being recompensed to the artist either, right? So it's like that's not the same. Like there were multiple like levels at which labor was alienated from the creator, and at the point where it's getting to the AI as a Marvel image that it's outputting, I think we're past that point. Like it's not stealing the creator's labor; it is redirecting the products of labor to an extent.
I guess I'm not following your argument. I'm sorry.
I'm not following your argument. Is this the problem?
Okay, people who on DeviantArt made a bunch of images that look like Studio Ghibli in the style of a lot of things. They did Doctor Who in Ghibli or whatever.
Okay, so those people aren't stealing Ghibli's labor. I agree with that.
Correct.
Okay.
All of those images got put into ChatGPT and other things to steal out of them. That's what they used. They used that. They used DeviantArt and a bunch
This
of other
runs directly
things like
contrary to everything you were saying about AI months ago, just so you know.
No,
When
it
you were
doesn't.
specifically arguing that it's not stealing art. It's like a denoising.
No, that's not. No. I because it's not stealing art. It's stealing labor. That's my point.
Okay.
So AI
hang on.
AI doesn't understand what art is. It doesn't have a concept of it as a thing. What AI does is AI looks for the general positionality of items and digital bits that are inside of that are related to things that can be put into words that can be tokenified. And those images are then used in mass to create a process which allows the denoising of an image to result in a Studio Ghibli Doctor Who lookalike. That it's trained on all of that art that was made by people that simply was flatly stolen is actually 100% just stealing the labor of the thing. Like I'm not following, like where I'm saying something wrong here. I'm not sure how we're I'm honestly not.
I feel like I'm in a fun house of mirrors right now.
All right, where am I saying things wrong? Hit me with it. I might be speaking wrong. It happens. Trust me. My wife says so all the time.
Okay, what is labor, first of all?
Human action in work-made material. Human, like, yeah, sure. The adjusting of material space by man. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Any of those things.
Okay, so you're not talking about labor. You're talking about human beings did a thing, and then that thing somehow being done in the past was stolen. No, it wasn't labor.
Human beings do a thing,
product of labor,
and profit is made of it. And yes,
right.
I mean, this art is that thing. Like art is the same. Art is frozen, just like profit is frozen.
But you're making a transition here from like labor being human action to labor being an exchangeable commodity, which is different.
No,
it is different. Labor is an exchangeable commodity, is a specific development in the history of capital. It's what makes it possible. Right? That's a thing. It wasn't always the case that labor was an abstraction in that way. Right? Yes. So when we're talking about
labor is the abstraction that allows the production of the thing, and the abstraction is the human activity which produces the thing.
Okay.
And so the thing is created, and if the thing is then commodified, sold, or whatever else, profit is derived from that when that content or that element is actualized inside of the capitalist framework. And from that actualization, we then have profit derived based on costs and other things. The profit then is actually the residual labor and actually the very particular excess value that was generated by labor that is either kept by the capitalist, but in any way is a frozen version of labor. Excess profit is frozen labor. And if someone is making a piece of art for fun or whatever, or writing a book or chiseling something or whatever it may be, human labor is producing those things as much as anything else.
A surplus can be generated by making labor more efficient. It's not just labor, right? It doesn't matter. Like, sorry, okay.
No, come on, let's do it. It's okay.
No. If they were training AI off of public domain photos of the pyramids taken by people whose names we don't know, would it be training them off of stolen labor or appropriated labor, or would it be generating things based on the observation of the products of labor? The harm would be foreclosing the production by humans of similar products in the space that it's now occupying.
If you add it as public domain, and that's again determined, you're still utilizing labor, but it's labor we've agreed should be openly free to everyone.
This is exchangeable on the market for a certain value of gold that is at some level of abstraction related to a certain quantity of labor, right?
Yes. Same with all the art on DeviantArt.
Okay. That does not make the observation of this and the imitation of this by an automated process the appropriation of this labor. This thing is still here, right? It's still here. This hasn't been taken. This
Correct.
hasn't ceased being sold. It has, however, been imitated. So
Yes.
if that is now replicated by something else that uses significantly less human labor, and it starts selling on the market, say, and it outcompetes this because it's cheaper, that's not stealing labor. That's burning the forest where labor is able to take place. That's eliminating the opportunities for humans to sell their labor. That's not stealing labor, though. That's stealing the world from labor. That makes more sense to me. There's a weird like metaphysical.
I would let's
Yeah.
step back slightly, because you're talking about something at the end of the manufacturing cycle. If instead, I mean, this is an important distinction.
Well, I mean, the output is at the end of the manufacturing cycle for generation of images.
If it's a commodity, yes. If it's commoditized yet.
But
if it's
I mean,
just
it is.
a
That's the
drawing
point.
someone
It's
made
get rid
on
of artists.
Right, but if someone just like drew something, scanned it, and put it on DeviantArt on their page, saying that's commodified is very difficult. It's part of a commodification process, but it's not the same type of
How does DeviantArt run? How does it how does it keep its business going? It monetizes
advertisements.
Advertisements, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Advertisements,
but
and
not just
subscriptions.
advertisements. They also
But the art
they
is
sell
not the commodity
subscriptions, they
in
sell-
that exchange. The web pages and the web services are.
Do artists on DeviantArt even own their art?
Yes. Part of the toss, yes.
Okay.
DeviantArt has the non-transferable right to reproduce it because they have a website and there's laws in that stuff. But the pen example, if you're talking about all of take all of the pens that have ever been made and all of their blueprints out of BIC as a factory, and if we train an AI on all of those and then we have it design a new pen, yes, we're stealing all of the labor and intellectual labor from everyone who designed pens at BIC, flatly, without compensation.
You're stealing all of the labor now.
Yes,
all of
the
it,
labor
forever
from
and all time.
For all the ones we scanned, yeah.
Okay. And where does this exist exactly? Like what is it you're referring to specifically that's been stolen? Like that's what I'm confused by, because you're talking about an abstraction that's being abstracted from.
Again, this isn't the same. So this is the fundamental misunderstanding here. We're not talking about I'm making a copy and reselling copies of someone's art. Would you agree that's stealing? If I just download someone's DeviantArt shit and I start selling it, I print it out and I start selling it clearly.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what is the difference between that and AI art?
I don't think the issue is theft.
I didn't ask that. I asked, what's the difference between me selling that piece of art and me using it to train AI? What's the difference?
The difference is that art is at no point being put to retail by you. You're not trading that art.
I'm literally trading the data that is that art at a very minute level.
Hang on. What is the data that is that art? What do you mean, the data that is that art? When I make a piece of art on a pen and paper, I have no fucking clue what code is used to like represent it on a screen.
So
the
you don't
data
have to
is
know
not,
that.
So the data is not that art.
Well, then I can argue that if I print it out on an inkjet printer, because you don't know how inkjet printers work, I can therefore sell it. The data of it is the smallest pieces of it.
No.
This is the nature of
the representation of that piece of art. We can say like with with little controversy, that belongs to the person who created it. But there's a difference between saying someone
One
is
sec.
stealing.
Sure shot.
I
Sorry.
think AI is taking a unique act of labor and xeroxing by reverse engineering of the product, art, and breaking it down at a molecular level and remixing to reproduce the labor to create new works.
I tend to basically look at this the way Sure Shot just said. He may
Well,
be
that's a
saying it
problem
better
for
than
you
me.
because I actually agree with Sir Shot, and I think it actually disagrees with you because this is what Sir Shot is actually saying. They
Uh-huh.
break it down at a molecular level and remix it to reproduce the labor to create new works. Reproduce the labor to create new works. This is my
Reproducing the
argument.
labor, yes.
Okay, but reproducing labor is not stealing labor.
That is literally what it is.
No, I think it is stealing from labor, but that's different. I think it's literally stealing from the ability of people to exercise their labor because it's creating a field that is not actually germane to humans doing labor.
If I paint a big circle,
okay,
and it's the biggest piece of art. You know what? Let's just go. There's a blue. Have you ever seen the blues? There are these gigantic paintings. They're just a single color of blue. Okay, these are a
I
thing.
know about them.
Okay, that thing. Okay, I can kind of create in like a very small amount of data to replicate it in a lot of ways. That artist has no idea of that. But what it is that every pixel, when I scan it, it is the specific value in this pixel in these relations to these other things and the relationality of the whole thing based on the size of the canvas and all the metadata.
Mhm.
All the data that's broken down into the smallest singular pieces at the sub-pixel level or even smaller. All of those things. That is the creation of that art. That is the piece of art. The organization of that and how it's set up is what the artist did by making that thing. Whether or not it's in literally exactly how he put it, or whether I'm seeing it digested through a
Oh, so then I'm not,
program.
hang on. So I'm not stealing then if I just imitate that with my bare hands exactly? No, of
you
course
tell-
I am. Of course I am. Because
I
the,
mean,
the labor also
no.
involves like the intellectual creation of the thing primarily. Right? Like it's not just
if you're literally just copying it and then saying it's that thing, sure. But if you're seeing it and inspired by it, it's not the same thing. It's not.
It's not theft if you're seeing it and you're inspired by it.
Mm-mm.
What does inspired mean? What is the psychological mechanism by which that takes place?
The creation of figura in different ways that allow a piece of art to be made is completely different than having the literal data from the piece of art be the product. Now, someone
the
who's
literal
using
data
a-
from the piece of art
but
isn't
real
the
quick,
product, though,
again, my point earlier was not, and I explicitly said, someone creating
No, but that's
with
wrong.
Grok.
That's
No,
not, that's not the product.
Someone creating with Grok. Hey, Studio Ghibli, Doctor Who.
Sure.
That's not stealing.
Okay,
in
but
the same way.
the data
but
isn't the
Grok,
product.
as a company, using all of Studio Ghibli's art and all of the deviant art from all the people to create the models that they
Yeah.
make money from, that is stealing that labor.
No, I get that, but that's not the product is not the same data. That's the point. Like it's not. That Ghibli piece that comes out of the thing is not the same. Is not the same data.
It uses the data to create that.
Everything uses existing data to create stuff.
Mm.
Everything does. There's no that's not exceptional. That's not
That
theft.
it actually is, because again, the artist doesn't create perfectly. So there's an old phrase, is Shanzai. Bang Chul Han has a book on it, a great essay too, on how people will spend their entire lives learning to copy and forge masters, and that actually it's a long-running practice in China, which specific types of Chinese art, where they will spend their lives learning to copy perfectly, because you just can't create a perfect copy of a thing. It's very, very difficult, because all the little things that you can account for in some capacity inside of like data or metadata, you can't do that as a person. People see things differently. They necessarily perceive things differently. They necessarily build things in different ways. But if you're literally breaking down the literal pieces of it, attaching the text of Ghibli to those things and those styles, and having those things processed, you are
so
stealing.
it's in the name. It's in the name. You're stealing the IP. I agree with that. However, IP has no metaphysical reality to it. Any more than, for example, the notion of a transcendent essence of a thing has any reality to it. That's why we have judges that have to make decisions about, that looks kind of like the thing.
And again, this is why. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me try it another way.
Okay.
Let me. I have a business where I make books out of art.
Okay.
Okay. And I go to the art gallery and I take a bunch of art and I put it into a book and I do a thing with it, and then I resell that book. Did I use that art and those artists to do that piece of that book, to do that book? Yes, of course I did. I used their stuff to make it, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Did I steal their art to do that thing, to make that process?
No.
No. Even though I literally took their art
If they
to do it.
couldn't get this training data from the internet, they would need people to labor for the generation of that data. The labor is stolen in the sense that social media makes you the data farm.
It's not far off. Because the data had to be trained on something. And they didn't have artists
The issue,
lining up.
no, look, I'm not disagreeing with you at any of these points where it's like, this is a malicious process that is taking the products of human labor to then make it so that human beings cannot profit from the creation of their own artwork or from artwork generally, because it is now being pumped out automatically by a machine.
Well, so, but this is, I think, maybe where we have the disagreement hits. Yep.
But where you lose me is where you say there's a metaphysical principle that is transmitted through all of this, can be linked back to the original artistic creator of this thing that is being stolen.
Yes.
That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense according to your own metaphysics, which is why
No, it perfectly does.
But it doesn't, because such a thing doesn't exist in that way. That's not a thing. That's not a thing.
The figura and diagrammatic of art absolutely exists.
Why don't you try putting that in normal terms and see if that sentence is as compelling?
Okay. What makes a thing a Ghibli art?
It's made by Ghibli.
No.
Yes.
Ghibli does Doctor Who. I can show you all the fucking millions of
No,
pieces.
because I'll give you an example. Because
you look at Grok and you see it.
Because I'll give you an example. Nino Kuni is what?
Studio Ghibli. It's Studio Ghibli.
It's not Studio Ghibli. Nino Kuni is Bandai.
Bandai is a publisher.
Nino Kuni is Level 5 Inc. It is not Ghibli.
Wonder who Level 5 Inc. is. I wonder if Nino Kuni. Oh, Level 5 collaborated with Studio Ghibli.
No.
Literally. I had friends who worked on it.
Hang on, did they actually collaborate with Studio Ghibli?
They did. On both of them.
I don't see Ghibli coming up on the Wikipedia page.
Are you kidding? Are you spelling Ghibli wrong?
Are
you spelling Ghibli wrong?
I'm just looking it up.
Are you spelling Ghibli wrong? Real question.
Ghibli? I don't think so.
Okay, the third paragraph on the Nino Kuni page.
Why is Nino Kuni not coming up on the Level 5 company? What the hell?
The animated sequences for Dominion, Dark Gem, and Wrath of the White Witch were produced by Studio Ghibli. The original, the artwork was.
There we go. That's weird. Oh, well, there you go. How about that?
They're absolutely involved. So what makes it Ghibli, though? Because like you were just bringing it up, you didn't even know it was them. And again, I agree. There's no transcendent elements there.
Okay, so what if they weren't Brooks? What if just another artist did a similar style?
But that's the thing is Ghibli has a style, and we're able to notice it and see it. What makes that up? What makes that style?
Ghibli also has a bunch of stuff taken from other styles, though. Ghibli is also anime.
But that's not. I'm asking, what makes Ghibli's style? How did you know? How did you know to use Nino Kuni as an example that would blow me out of the water?
Because
why did that come to mind?
Because it was marketed as in the Ghibli style. People have said that. It's the exact same reason why I know that other.
Because it was in right, but because it was a Ghibli style.
Until that point, if for example somebody said that Ghibli had teamed up with Grok in order to produce those Ghibli images, I would have had no reason to disbelieve that either. Right?
Right. I know.
That's beside the point.
What makes the style?
I don't know.
How does that exist?
What makes the style? There's a whole lot of stuff there that's shared with a whole bunch of other styles. What makes Ghibli uniquely to Ghibli at all? Even like the choice of like how to draw certain kinds of anatomy, the decision to balance certain kinds of colors, like these things are not specific to Ghibli. Like Ghibli has a strong tendency to have a particular palette, a particular tendency to have a particular kind of rounded face, but that's not unique to Ghibli. They just do that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
They are just very successful doing that a lot,
Mhm.
right? Okay. So what is Ghibli style? I put that back to you.
Well, I mean, that's that's the thing, is it's not actually really possible to break out what exactly Ghibli's style is, because it's a huge amount of smaller data points that I refer to as figura and relationality of the diagrammatic of elements within art, because this is a complicated thing to talk about. But you're talking about the
Why are
relation
you
of
phrases that people don't know in order to get around having to be specific? What do you mean by
I'm being quite specific. It's just we're talking about something that's
what
complicated.
do you mean by the figura and the diagrammatic? What are you referring
The
to?
parts,
You mean
pieces
they're
of
drawn?
art. Yes.
Okay.
But no, but not exactly.
Okay.
Because when we talk about it being drawn, you're talking about a stroke. You're talking about the weight of the stroke in certain ways, in certain relation to other strokes, in the figure of what is on screen, what is on the page, what is inside of the canvas, whatever that canvas is, in its relation to that canvas, but also to all the other elements. That larger relativity, the relationality of all those little parts, there is inside of those a general stasis or a standardization or a system in which we can find general patterns that over time we can develop towards understanding what Ghibli is. And this,
unless Ghibli publishes a video that somehow doesn't have the exact same art style, in which case it's just gone. Because you're talking about aggregates between different things. Ghibli is a studio. It's not even a particular artist. When you're talking about Ghibli style,
that's not what we're discussing, though.
You're talking about the kind of thing that Ghibli has a tendency to publish, but it doesn't mean it owns the style. Obviously, we've agreed on this.
I agree. Yes.
Okay, so what's stolen then? Because the material, like, what is if it's not being stolen from Ghibli, then why is it being stolen from artists who are also copying?
Because I'm talking about labor. You're talking about transcendent elements. I'm not talking about transcendent elements.
No, I'm talking about labor. I'm denying the existence of transcendent elements. You're talking about labor as if it is a transcendent element.
No, I'm not. The things had to be made by people. People labored to create the art. The art has very particular things to it that were created in the ways that you're talking about. Those things had to be made by people. As such, the words that we use when they are being processed in machine learning setups that are building these larger things, look at all of that art and look at those words. And from those, they infer the patterns and steal the labor in order to produce those further patterns. Explicitly.
The artists will often use digital tools that are made specifically in order to imitate the art strokes of actual artists.
Labor is an act, not a property.
Say that one more time, sorry.
Labor is an act, not a property.
No, not that. It's fair, but say what you were saying.
I can't recall the thing what I was saying exactly.
The artwork made.
That threw me off.
The artwork made, the movies, those things are
the artwork. Okay, when someone on DeviantArt say make something in Ghibli style, and they use tools that, or not even Ghibli style, by the way, and they use tools in their creative suites that are meant specifically in order to imitate the brushstrokes of people who did the labor to create that initially with a pen or even on a computer for Ghibli. Are they? This is not the same
thing. But that's not the same thing.
Really? Okay. So
yeah, no, it's very much developed differently. You're talking about the way that the brush stroke, the physics of the brush stroke works, not how.
I swear to God, you spent an extensive period of time over the past year literally arguing with people on my stream that it's not stealing because that's not how AI works. It doesn't actually keep the data in there. Okay.
No, it doesn't. Correct.
But now it's stealing.
Because the companies are stealing, yes, because they're using that labor in order to produce those models.
But nothing's changed. It's the same thing. That's the same thing.
It is not the same thing. The art is not in there. The art is not in there. The companies aren't stealing the piece of art. They're stealing the labor behind it. That's the problem. That's actually the nuance that's incredibly important to this entire thing.
Stealing the labor, not the AI stealing the labor.
The AI doesn't do anything.
Well, it clearly does something. It generates images. Right? Like it does
when
something.
People ask it to, it's not like, what?
Oh, now we believe in autonomy and free will for humans. Okay.
Humans
actually do stuff. All right.
No. It's again, the nuanced distinction is incredibly important. Companies have raised tens or hundreds of billions of dollars literally using the labor of other people in that process, and not because they're stealing the art to put it in their machines. That
Right.
is the thing, because they can say we don't do that, because they can show you the code. It doesn't do that. But if they didn't have the image in the first place to work off of, then they wouldn't have the thing. It would be the same as saying, hey, YouTube decided that they were going to go ahead and just copy all of Disney's movies and put them up for everyone. That's not what they're doing. That's not the setup at all. But if they were to say, hey, we just went and bought a bunch of DVDs and we're going to just train all of our shit on this.
Okay, but hang on. So if 6 different AIs do this with a single piece of artwork, has the labor multiplied 6 ways?
All right, so you're fundamentally misunderstanding what I'm talking about then.
I am, because you're not making sense.
OpenAI stole the labor, not the AIs. I don't even know what that means or how that could mean anything.
Then 6 different companies
Yes.
made programs that got
Models.
Okay, so has the labor then been multiplied by 6 times? There's now 6 times more labor than there was before.
No.
Okay, so what was stolen? Because they don't have labor, they have the observation of an artifact of labor. But that labor could have, for example, been put towards creating a thing that was then sold, and they got recompensed for it. So the labor has either multiplied somehow, or the labor is not what's being transmitted through these.
So,
right? Like I'm like there's a crack here in this flow.
There's
Something
not.
Is,
it's tough because it's complicated.
No, it's not. That
It's
was
extremely
a simple statement
complicated.
That it's being stolen. Nope. It is.
The labor is being
It is
stolen.
not complicated.
Yes, the labor is still being stolen. Yes. Now, how it's
the
happening,
labor singular. Okay, so we have labor. Somebody makes a thing and makes a product. Okay, that's a certain quantity of labor. Now, based on whoever makes an engine that imitates some property of it and creates something else for sale afterwards, they have now actually increased the amount of labor that is. Right? Because there's a thing called labor that was stolen, and then it was turned into more of the same thing. So labor was multiplied, right?
if I stole Studio Ghibli's films and I started showing them in a movie theater without rights and charging $50 a ticket, selling them out, have I increased labor?
No. Okay. I agree.
Have I increased the amount of profit made off of that labor?
Well, what you've done is
I've expanded the economy and utilized that same exact amount of labor to make further profit.
You've taken away profits that labor was exchanged for. Sure. Right? That labor was expended for a wage. That wage was paid with other labor. And then that product that was paid for, you've now misappropriated to make money for yourself. So you're stealing from the product owner.
Sure.
And you can call that labor.
But there's more profits made, so therefore, where did that profit come from? Where did my profit come from? Magic? I made profit. I mean, I didn't pay for any of that shit. Where did my profit come from?
It came from selling access to a thing, right?
I mean, sure, but but what thing? Where did that profit come from? Me? Because that sounds like me. If you're going to say me, I made that profit by selling access to a thing. May have a.
I don't know what you're trying to say here.
Do you think I'm asking yes or no? Do you think I made more profit by selling access to a thing?
That's a nonsense question, because more than what? What are you referring to? What's the baseline? What do you mean? Do you mean
Studio Ghibli?
Like profit isn't just wealth. Profit is wealth relative to something else. You've done this much thing, and then you had this much left over.
Yeah, I stole movies and I sold them for $50 a ticket, and I made
right. So
person I made $48 profit.
Then you had that much profit. But
did I make that profit myself?
Yes. What? No. Did you make that profit yourself? What do you mean you made that profit yourself?
What made that profit? That's it. That's my
The
only question.
process generated profit from a particular vantage point. That's how that works.
Profit was made, right?
Profit was made by you, yes.
Profit was created by me too, then.
No, because you've changed the key of the statement.
Profit is
no, because now you're talking about profit as if it's transcendent to labor and not a specific relationship of labor.
No, it's labor that is actualized and then converted into profit, and profit is dead labor.
You use profit in the definition of profit.
I said labor that is turned into profit. Yes.
Yes, that's in that you were defining profit, so you used labor. You used the word profit.
Labor that is actualized becomes profit. Yes. Labor that is actualized inside of a concretized capitalist process.
No, you can have actualized labor without profit, though. That doesn't make sense. You can simply have a simple like
profit is the excess. Profit is the excess.
Right. So that's not that thing you just said.
It's the excess. Labor is converted into profit at some point with the excess.
Okay, but that's not I'm gonna have a freaking stroke. That's not actualized labor. That is.
Yes, it is, because you're paying a specific amount for it. It's actualized and concretized within the capitalist process.
No, it's wait, what?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't become actualized to the point of being profit. It becomes actualized at the point of being instantiated in a product. That's actualized labor, or actualized in the existence of like an engine or something. That's you're using these words wrong.
No, I'm not.
Yes.
No.
Profit is when you have exceeded the amount of gain that you need to reproduce the process, and you've got a little bit extra that can then accrue because you can redo the process again. It'll always leave a little bit extra. That's not actualized. That's extra. That's excess. That's not more actual than the other stuff. That's just not being burned again in the reproductive cycle of the labor.
Okay.
Profit is surplus. It's not actualized. It's not more.
I mean it.
Okay, so like, look. The potential for profit is stolen. The ability to sell the products of labor is stolen, and to sell labor is stolen. But the labor itself doesn't have some transcendent continuity that just goes from the person who scribbled to this super concentrated thing that uses a whole bunch of other people's work as well to produce a different thing at the end.
Sure it does.
But it doesn't, though. You didn't...
Person makes art. They do that with their labor. Their labor creates a piece of art.
This is actually being anti-intellectual at this point. You're just ignoring what I'm saying. You
no,
just flat out ignore what I'm saying, and you brought the conversation back down to a dumber level.
No, I'm simplifying because we're talking past each other, and I want to make sure we talk at each other. Person makes art. Labor makes that piece of art. That art they put online. It's replicated and used in a bunch of different ways. That's fine. Company comes along and uses that art particularly to create the models that they raise $60 billion with. That process is stealing that person's labor. It's in a minute amount. They're not like 100%
that is
responsible.
That is nice sounding as a statement that a whole lot of people who aren't tracking this will agree with, but that's wrong because you actually haven't justified that statement of stealing at all. You're operating on the sense of injustice that somebody is profiting based upon the work of somebody else to characterize that as stealing. Stealing does not exhaust the range of ways in which somebody can profit off of somebody else's labor. That's not how that works.
Again, this is why we're talking past each other. I'm seeing it in the chat too. Pippa's making the same mistake. I'm not even talking about the machine that's being made. This, again, these companies, their profit is explicitly made. It is made through the creation of the models. It is the running of the art that they make money on. It is the piracy itself that they have generated their money on. The rest of it, they're never going to turn a profit on, and they have not yet. There's no profit to be made in an AI company, and there hasn't been, and nor will there be. Their money is made in the raise, the $60 billion that they've been able to pull out and been able to basically turn into their own fortunes, built on the backs purely of the art that they've stolen in order to get to the point that they're at.
You've now once again mentioned stealing without actually explaining how it's stolen. You're repeating yourself.
It is ingested, and the data of it is ingested in order to create the models that are made.
The data of anything that has our sentences in this conversation are the product of ingested data from other things. We are not stealing.
That's not how that works.
Beg your pardon?
That's not how that works.
What do you mean it's not how that works?
We aren't simply regurgitating that in the same way, nor are we doing it in the same way that I'm talking about.
What do you mean we're not regurgitating? That's literally how language works. We have particular frameworks and particular styles of forming sentences and forming thoughts and so on and so forth. That is absolutely the product of things we've observed and processed from outside of ourselves.
Sure. And if you're talking about just seeing
that other people
things,
have created, that's exactly what happens. In
Right.
abstract, that is what happens. Yes.
Yes. And if my patterns were someone else's work directly, we have plagiarism laws and rules around that, and we understand and care about plagiarism as a thing. Right? No?
If you started, hang on. No, for speech styles, absolutely not. If you were copying the exact string of words that somebody wrote, yes, that would be plagiarism. But that's not what we're talking about with AI. That's not what's happening. That's not what's happening at all. The image that comes out is not a Ghibli creation. That's not a thing Ghibli made. That's not an idea Ghibli had. The lines are not where Ghibli drew them. The colors are not what Ghibli filled in. None of that comes from Ghibli. It observed tendencies and commonalities between Ghibli's images by Ghibli, and it made another image resemble that.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the image it produces. It's actually irrelevant to my question.
But you are talking about the image it produces, because if it produced no images,
Talking about the
it
model.
wouldn't be stealing anything.
Talking about the model that is what they are using in order to generate profit for themselves.
Okay, which is stealing the possibility of other people using their labor to create art and profit from it. It is not stealing the labor. That is a metaphysical statement that you can't substantiate.
It's literally stealing the labor of all of the work. I have no idea.
It's literally not stealing the labor, because the labor of all the work is an abstraction. It's not literal. That's a sentence you can't say.
The work that was
moralizing
written
about this. You're not paying attention to my argument. The point is not that they are not stealing from people. The point is that when you are talking about the labor being stolen by the company through the machine, you need to actually be able to track that specific flow of labor so that you can actually trace it back to every individual.
That's actually my literal point. That's literally my point. That's the thing that they're doing that makes it so outrageous. Is it if they only did it to one piece, we could. The fact that they did it to so many pieces doesn't change the fact. If it was one piece that they built
But it
the
does,
model,
though, because what is being done to so many pieces?
what is being
What is being done to so many pieces? Because what you do to one piece is different from what you do to so many pieces.
it's actually the same process. If I built a model
Doesn't
off
matter
of
the
a
same process. The nature of it changes based upon the nature of the input. It's a different act. Sort of like how the process of me doing this is a very different process. So there's a person's head in the way. Right? Obviously. If there's several different people's heads in the way, it's even a different process then. They're different.
Interesting.
They're very different. One brings me to jail, one puts me in The Hague.
It's a fascinating line to draw. I don't see the connection in the same way. So that'll be tougher for me.
Okay. If they are doing it to multiple pieces.
Yes.
Okay. Then
multiple pieces they do not have the right to run processes on.
Which is a different question.
No,
that doesn't mean, yes, it is, because there are other ways that you can violate people's property without stealing it.
That is okay.
Like you can.
What are they
damage it,
stealing?
For example,
they're running processes that they don't have rights on content they do not have rights to.
Well, how about, let's say you're in a country where you have a particular monopolistic right to profit from particular unique pieces that you create, as an example. That's not stealing from your labor. That's incurring on your right to have private access to this particular activity. But that's not the same thing.
Right. But
so for example, if you never acted on that,
if we were in a place where all of us collectively had a gigantic open source model that was doing this with everything, and everything was completely open, it was free for anyone to use, I'm not sure I'd have the same problem with it. We're talking about a company multiple companies that have literally raised billions, tens of billions of dollars that has gone directly to the leadership of the companies, not to the companies themselves. It's bullshit that they've been able to extract out of a ton of different people based purely on doing what we're talking about, which is copying and fucking with and processing pieces of art they don't have the rights to. And out the other side, if it was a completely open source, completely free thing, maybe have a different conversation. Maybe have a completely different conversation, but we don't, because the end result is privatized. It is completely private. The models are secret. The models are owned. The models are the thing that people are spending the tens of billions of dollars on. And the models are 100% built on the art that was being inserted into that. And so that labor, that work, those efforts of all of those people, the thing that they created, the intellectual property of a person's creative act was ingested into this and used to create 60 billion. Mark my words, no AI company is going to turn a goddamn profit. That's not how they're going to work. This is a balloon, and it's going to be bursting and dying anytime now. But the $60 billion that they've already got, or the 100+ billion that they've already grabbed that has turned them all into half or full billionaires, all of that is completely on the backs of the workers that they stole the shit from on the internet. There's no final product. Again, to your point, if we were in a space that, because we are talking relativistically.
Okay, look, I'm going to give you another example, okay? Because this is what's kind of bugging me here. If I make a painting and I get it sold in a store and I get paid money for it, and then somebody else takes a photo of the painting, takes a photo of a bunch of other paintings, puts it through a processor, and it starts generating images that sort of vaguely resemble an amalgam between this and all those other images. Maybe it even sorts them according to style. I've got like 60 from this style, 60 from this style, et cetera, et cetera. And it can make it can even transform other images into things that resemble that style. Okay, has my sale of that painting been undone and my labor therefore been taken from me and put into that thing?
Legally as well, by the way.
What do you mean legally as well?
The sale of a piece of art, a physical piece, does not give the person who buys that piece actual rights to the image itself. If you didn't know.
I didn't say it did. I wasn't.
Well, you maintain the original rights to all of the art you create, even if you sold the piece of art elsewhere.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So yes, it would. Your rights would be violated.
But like once again, there seems to be like some wonkiness happening here, where it's changed into a limitless increase in labor for it to be stolen. When we're talking about stealing, we are talking about something that is in the private possession of one person that they have a right to, being taken out of that person's possession and being put into someone else's.
Sort of. If I make a painting and I sell it to you for $500,
okay,
and then you turn around and you sell it to someone else for $10,000, you have exploited my labor for that profit.
I've exploited your labor for that profit 100%. Have I stolen it? That's a different question. I exploit your labor for profit
I believe
when
so.
You work for me on a contract and I abide by the terms of the contract.
It doesn't
That's
matter.
still exploitation, but it's not theft. It doesn't matter.
It's
not theft.
It's labor theft. Yeah. Why not?
No, it's labor exploitation. Labor exploitation is not labor theft. There's a difference. There is a difference. It's not theft. That's kind of the whole underlying logic of the thing. That's how the exploitation takes place. If I agree to work for you, for example, for like a 10% cut, and I put in more than enough work to account for that, and then an additional 10%, additional 10%, additional 10%. But we're in such an arrangement where I can only really forcibly negotiate for the 10%. That's exploiting my labor. Is it stealing? No, it's not stealing. It is exploitation. There's different kinds of crimes besides stealing.
I strongly believe it's theft, but sure, I guess.
You think it's morally equivalent to theft. I would tend
to
agree,
I believe it is straight up theft because it's my labor.
But you traded it. You alienated it from.
I don't believe in exchange theory of any of this.
Oh well, then wait, hang on.
I don't believe we exchange any of it. That's not how it works.
So there actually isn't a capacity to not steal labor. Then all labor is
correct. Yeah. Labor is by necessity indebted, taken, stolen. Sure. Especially in our system, absolutely. In capital,
so there are no terms under which.
Not in our social system. If we want to have a conversation about making something completely free in a co-op in another world, perhaps we can talk about alien races. But if I, for example, am doing stuff and the excess is being lost to time or someone else is taking it, they're thieves.
Okay, very cool. Except we've just decided that none of these terms mean anything specific anymore. So we're
No, they very much do.
By definition.
They very much.
But they don't, because now we've decided that theft does not actually mean theft.
Sure it does.
But it doesn't, though.
Theft means taking it without...
Yes, but if it's given to you under terms, that's generally not considered theft.
Well,
you can consider it
really?
You can consider it de facto theft if the terms are unfair and they're
always unfair
partners. Okay, but now you've got a bit of a problem here because now there's nothing unique about this, which you might go, yay, of course there's nothing unique about this. Everything's theft under capitalism. I agree, except then what's the argument about? Because now it's just like, why are we even bothering to look at this? Who cares? It's the same thing. Like it's the same thing as was going on before. There's no difference. Deviant art is
pretty surprising
Deviant
difference.
art is stealing from its artists.
Sure. Actually, but it's how that theft takes place is incredibly different. Back in the day, you may have an artist who does work for a magazine and they do a cover, they get paid for that. And yes, their labor ultimately yields more.
For a sec. Wiggs says Sunday if slaves had contracts, isn't that stolen labor? Yes, of course it's stolen labor. That's my point. Go on. Sorry. It's okay.
If DeviantArt has their art, or let's just say like YouTube, for example.
They're slaves. It's definitional. Sorry, go
on. YouTube has clips of The Simpsons and Us, and they're basically taking everything they can. Ultimately, they're offering minor amounts, but our exchange with them is that they get to take all of this and do whatever the fuck they want with it in all their ways. Happy day. That is about the shifting of commodities and the changing. You can do like a Marxist analysis on this, real traditional, commodity-based, like your pen. The people in the factory who work on the pen, they're not recompensed perfectly. Their labor is ultimately stolen from them. But it's stolen in the form of a dispersed sort of unit-basis setup that is in a larger capitalist system. There's a difference with AI art and with AI in general that's really fascinating. And it's a shift in capitalism that is actually really important to denote the time period we're in, because it fits with how Musk exists, how Trump exists in a way that Marx, I don't think, took into account. And it's that they actually are not making money from selling a product. That's not what they do. They make money by selling the idea of the product, and the internal investment itself is actually the sale. Uber, never going to turn a profit. It's not really how it works as a thing. Tesla, without huge government subsidies, wouldn't have turned a profit. The profit is made in the actual investment, in the weird way that the stock market has become the place where profit is found because it's the fastest thing. It's basically kind of how crypto works. So with AI art, it's not that they're really going to ever get to a point. And sure, there's traditional stealing in the sense that people had their work without any recompense put into a system that is generating revenues by selling people algorithms or whatever. But none of that's making the profit that matters. The thing that matters is the $60 billion that Musk has pulled in that enabled him to get out of debt on X and other things. The stuff that OpenAI is doing that's completely shit, but somehow is going to yield it. Google doing the same thing by having everything that it's crawled, entire websites, entire everything that is part of their Gemini models and movies and everything. But none of it is a product that people are going to pay for that's going to turn a profit. It's actually just to get more money from investors at the end of the day. And that thing is a completely different shift in how people sort of engage with and are exploited by capitalism and have their wages stolen. I
agree 100%. It completely skirts literally everything I was saying, and you just didn't engage with it. And it's driving me up a fucking wall.
I feel like I did, but we're talking past each other.
You are literally relying upon labor being an actual thing, sub specie aeternitatis, that exists apart from human activity, such that when it breaks from human activity entirely,
no, not at all,
jumps from artifact to artifact. Like it's fine. It's fine. I agree with you. I agree with everything you just said. It just
I believe art isn't a static thing. I believe everything is consistently the integration of human labor as a necessity.
Well, that's not true. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's not human labor, period. Like
looking at art is labor. There's work done necessarily.
Looking at art is labor.
Yes.
Okay,
Interacting
where
with
does
things
the-
and doing
okay, well,
things
then
and putting things
well,
into the world and interacting with it is part of labor. It's desire made manifest.
Okay. Then again, we have a bit of a problem here because now we have labor being mixed with other things, and it's being mixed with other things that are themselves mixtures. And at some point, the identity of the individual work of art is lost. This is why, for example, we don't regard it as plagiarism when somebody is inspired by multiple different works simultaneously, and even if it resembles them all, right? We don't.
Sure.
Okay. So,
Right.
but that's like mechanically that's what's happening here. There isn't like
But
the
it's
input-
not. But it's not, because again, the very reason I used the point I did about a person sort of engaging with art is that the artwork itself is not the person and how they engage with it. The ability to see a piece of art and copy it, or to have that inspire you, is incredibly contingent and factored in a lot of different sort of smaller ways. Having it broken down purely into basically all totality of all data as it is and ingested into a system for its patterns is not only not the same thing as sort of how a person is sort of semi-inspired, but it literally requires the art for that digestion. And again, all the art for that digestion.
Well, it requires the art for the digestion as the thing digested, but the digested data is not identifiable with the art. That is different. That is by itself. That translation is a different thing. It's
Correct.
literally a different thing in the world.
I agree with that.
Okay. I'm not denying that artists are being ill-served. I feel like this turned pedantic just because it shouldn't have taken this long. But like the point is not that artists aren't being ill-served or aren't being exploited. I agree with that 100%. The problem I have here, and this is one of the reasons why this argument falls down, and one of the reasons why it's been so well defended, is that the argument about it being theft is so easily batted away by just pointing out that the thing that is supposedly being stolen has been destroyed before it gets to the output.
But it hasn't been it hasn't been destroyed.
But it has been destroyed because the painting that the data that's being used to generate the process by which it imitates a collective of things isn't literally in the thing. It's literally not in the thing. It has derivatives from a translation of the thing. Right? That's different. That's just not the same. It's just objectively not the same. You can't say they're the same thing.
I'm not saying they're the same thing. What I'm saying is that the original piece of art is still required. So I don't care what it gets turned into. If you're using an originally created piece of art, which it requires, and you're not compensating that person, have no license agreement in any capacity with them, you're not exploiting the worker. If you did, you're exploiting them at best. You are stealing from them in this form because you are flatly doing things without any agreement or any semblance of an exchange in any capacity. Like it's if you didn't have all the Ghibli art that exists to go into this, whether it's fan made or not, would it be able to copy Ghibli? No. That's how that works.
But it doesn't have all the Ghibli art in the sense of it having. No, it doesn't have all the.
It did in processing.
Let me finish my sentence.
Okay.
It doesn't have all the Ghibli art as if it is zipping through and conferring with all the Ghibli art whenever it generates an image.
Correct.
It has data derived from a digestion of data derived from the Ghibli art.
Right. Yes.
Right.
Which necessitated the Ghibli art.
Sunday, shouldn't the original artist be compensated in the atomic concept? Sure, I agree with that. I'm not saying they aren't being exploited. I'm saying it's literally not theft. And the problem is that saying it's literally theft goes, well, hang on. What are we stealing? Oh,
it would be exploitation.
There you go.
If OpenAI had a partnership,
say it's exploitation. Say it's exploitation.
No, I'm not. Let me finish. Let me finish. Because if they had a deal with Studio Ghibli, that would be exploitation.
I agree. Just like
they
Ghibli
don't.
Its artists.
Therefore, it's theft.
Just like Ghibli exploits its artists, by the way. But
yes.
Yep.
But they don't have a deal. Therefore, it's theft.
Not having a deal is not the definition of theft. There are things, for example, you're not required to have a deal to do.
This you very much should be. And actually most countries you are. And they're actually, this is the kind of thing that the processing and utilizing people's art or music and things, there's all kinds of rules around this.
Yes, but they're not utilizing art
YouTube,
in things.
No.
Slow down. They aren't utilizing art in things. They're utilizing art in a process, which is different.
That is absolutely not the case.
No, because it's not even the art they're utilizing in the process. They're
It is.
deriving data from a translation of the
But
art.
they need the art to get that translation. Our translation doesn't exist otherwise. They have to do that.
They also need Native American land to do it on. But that's not the level we're talking.
But they stole the land. So are you saying they're not didn't steal the land?
They also relied on wealth that is the product of slave labor. I agree with all of this.
Sure.
However, we are not talking. This is the reason why we're arguing. You're inserting a metaphysical principle into a thing that only makes sense at a level where
I'm not doing that.
We're not talking. You're talking about labor being transferred.
I don't believe in metaphysics as a category. I don't think it matters. This is not going to be a place I get stuck. We might be misunderstanding each other, which is far more likely. But I'm not making a metaphysical claim about
If
art.
We're talking about the reality.
I'm saying
of an
that the
abstract principle,
process of creating models necessitated them to grab art they didn't have a right to, and they made no agreements with in any capacity. In any way, music, art, video, to begin a process that they had built. Sure, it's not in the final piece, but without that art, they couldn't start the process.
Thomas says he just broke it down for us all, but I don't see his comments, so I'm assuming it didn't get posted because it probably didn't do something. So you didn't break down anything. I apologize. Damn shame. We would have sorted this out once and for all.
The capitalist that is taking and rebranding the product is not paying for the labor to produce the art. Well, that's different.
We also both agree on that.
Yeah, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about we're far more having an absolutely painfully like fucking shitty pedantic discussion in a far more pedantic shitty place than that. Please give us some credit, Thomas.
Well, fuck you too. Can we move on to the last thing?
What's our last thing today?
I don't know. What is our last thing today? We had shit.
I think that was our last thing.
Did we not have? I was sure we had some other shit going on.
I think that's our main last thing. We went through a bunch of the stuff from today.
I thought I posted something earlier. Oh no, we went over that. I think that was it. God damn it! Did I send you something in DMs?
Nope.
What the hell am I? I was sure there was one more thing.
Sunday,
Sure
please check DM. Please read it out and see if it helps.
Sure shot's trying.
Sure shot says.
Sure shot says.
Sure, that is
It's a
sure
terrible
shot.
one.
Sure shot says. I think what is
Sure
being
shot.
lost in translation is that what would normally be a process of one person making one piece of art, a single act of labor, is being frozen and turned into a commodity, the AI model that reproduces that act of labor in perpetuity. It's not that the AI is doing labor by imitating you, it is putting different random initial inputs, user prompts plus the data set of molecular pieces of art products, into your labor mixed with the labor of others for new outputs. The AI model is literally the embodiment of your labor appropriated by someone else. You had me to the last sentence. I'm going to need to think about that. The AI model is literally the embodiment of your labor appropriated by someone else. Because that's not the embodiment of your labor, that's the embodiment of your labor plus the appropriation. You're doing something interesting
And
there.
it's kind of a weird society movie, the movie society level sort of amalgamation of various pieces of art.
Yeah. Plot twist. Somebody in chat suggested that they had ChatGPT write that, which they definitely did not, but
No.
that'd be funny.
Yeah, embodiment's not the word. I think there's a couple other things that are in there. It's again the underneath it. Like let's as a thing just to pull it back. This is a very minor debate ultimately.
Yes.
And our disagreement is basically where are AI companies fucking creatives?
Our disagreement can really be summarized in our differences of hairstyles ultimately.
Yeah, it's at what point are AI companies fucking? Not a question of whether or not they're fucking or how dry they're doing it. It's a question of like.
I don't even think it's a question. I don't even think it's a question of that. I think my problem is fundamentally rhetorical. I think that the defense of this constantly has been, this is not theft. Look, there's not a thing here that's being stolen. Look, it's transformative before it even goes in, which is all true. The problem is when people say theft, they mean something very particular in this context, which exploitation just doesn't cover. It actually does, and it actually should, but people don't think that way. And that's the people they need to convince. It's like...
It's probably fair.
It's like the computer version of J.K. Rowling saying, "Look, I just care about women's safety."
Well,
Okay.
Well, and for me, I think my core drive has been moving away from this idea, because I don't believe it's going to be the case that AI products are going to be like taking art jobs, not in a meaningful sense. They're going to devalue art jobs so that way people are paid less, but people are still going to be doing, I think, the same level of work.
That's kind of it is kind of taking jobs. The thing though is that they're not taking jobs from people who actively hold them. So that's what I'm saying though. Like the theft is not of the labor. The theft ultimately is of the.
Well, actually,
go on.
Because I'm not going to disagree with what you're about to say. I'll let you say it. The thing that is important to me is that people understand that the theft has already occurred. Like this is the part.
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with
the
that.
theft has already occurred in the sense of the amount of capital that has been taken in by these companies and will continue to be pumped into these companies. They're making their bones. They're making their profit on that work, on those art, on whatever theft, exploitation, whatever it is. And it's already done. Yeah. Like this isn't waiting until we have a product at the end that ChatGPT is selling everyone's.
Yeah, it's not like it's actively pulling from Ghibli art to create these images. It's like, no, it did that long in advance of this being available.
Yeah. The theft is there, and
that's the condition of it being available.
And actually also, I believe the profit has already been made. And that's the other half of it, because we're in a time, and this is one of the things that scares me about the time we're in. The profit is made in the creation of the company and the tool, not in the use of it or the consumption of the tool. And this has become a thing that has become more regular, and it's really hard to figure out how to get my hands around this, because I haven't actually found books that have gone into this. But like Uber, everyone who got really rich with Uber, all the investors, huge number of people with Uber, all the people who, leadership, executives, whatever, they made a fucking extraordinary amount of money, but they didn't make money from selling rides to people. Their profit actually came from investment, and the investment that caused them to explode, their IPO, whatever it is, the investment in the company is what caused all of them to be rich. It wasn't the app Uber. Uber doesn't make money. Uber is horrifying, and people get fucked left, right, and center, including Uber itself. So what is happening is we're no longer in the old capitalist phase of, hey, I'm going to create an app and it'll fuck people, like PayPal. PayPal is the old school model where I'm going to make something that's going to completely fuck people and skirt regulations. Ha 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 ha, you all get fucked. But in the end of the day, PayPal does stuff. Like there's actual things and services, and it makes money on the end user. We don't do that anymore. Like what we do now is Melania coin, Trump coin. What we do now is Tesla. What we do now is X or XAI or OpenAI, that are not products that will ever have a meaning. X.com is not a thing, nor will it be a thing. It's a weird nightmare. That thing that's changed is, to me itself, the horrifying shift of the last probably 3 to 4 years that we didn't have before that. We knew there were edges, but no one makes money anymore by selling products. Airbnb, great example. Everyone who made money in all these companies made it from the IPO. They made it from the stock. They didn't make it from selling it.
It's crazy what's happening with that too, because now a condition basically of being able to afford a house is Airbnb in your suite. It's gotten insane. So nobody is even capable of, like, it's fucking everything. Nobody can afford a home because of it.
So we have this weird thing where, and this is one of the things I kind of try to continually drive home, is that there's no such thing anymore as the bourgeois as we've known them, or as we've talked about it, the working class as we've known it. The people of old who are fucked by business, restaurant workers, the people building things in warehouses, factories, whatever it is, that's the old working class idea. But the money is now being made, as it has been in the last week on the stock market, by taking 401ks, by taking middle to upper class people and having further wealth transfer to the billionaires as they put money into stocks that are just going to tank again, or that they're pumping and dumping, or like this setup. I think we're seeing again, the largest wealth transfer continues. And it ain't from people like you and me. Like, I'm month to month. We're doing okay. I'm able to survive. We don't have a lot of debt. I own my car. I don't own anything else. I own my computer. But like, that we're not the people that they're extracting wealth from. They're extracting wealth from others, and they're doing it in these IPOs and in these stock raises. And it's a completely different beast. Completely different beast. I actually don't understand it in the same way. The closest is there's a book called, one second. God damn it. I took it upstairs. Portfolio Society.
You recommended that one before.
Yeah. It's a shift in how there used to be, like, landlords used to be people who had like a second property or a third property, or they moved from one. My dad, and mom lived in his, my mom's grandmother's house. When she passed, they moved in and they kind of took care of it, got it. They bought it at some point. Then they moved into a second house. They kept the old one, rented it out. That was kind of how landlords were in like the 80s for the most part. It was like that kind of thing. But then you started shifting in the last 10 years, over more time than that, but the last 10 years for sure, as people began buying at large, buying portfolios of things, having portfolios of homes. And again, not really people, but companies and stockbrokers. And it was considered a portfolio of homes just as much as a portfolio of stocks. And all of these things started getting played with in that same way that stocks do. And so again, the money, it's not about, people say, well, why is this house for rent for $4,700? It's been empty for 6 months. If they had it at $3,000, it would have rented immediately and they would have actually made money in 12 months. Well, that's because they're not playing the making money off you game. That's not what they're doing. That would be making money off you. What they're doing is they're trying to have the value of their portfolio goes up so that way they can sell the portfolio. So that way they can make money in stocks. They're playing a whole different type of capitalism than I think we know even exists for most people.
I was about to say it's like horse racing, and then I found the Portfolio Society cover, and it was horse racing. So
it is. And then what's the tagline? It's the best tagline in any theory book. There's a tagline on it.
Oh shit! On the capitalist mode of prediction. Oh, that's good.
Fuck, that's a good name. That's a fucking great subtitle. The capitalist mode of prediction. God damn it.
It's like it's almost up there with the medium as the massage. It could be a typo for all we know. Smart typo. A lot of these things are just typos. A lot of these really brilliant things, just like it works.
But mostly, again, the whole argument comes back to they're making money in a way that I think we don't understand or conceptualize when we talk about it as, hey, the final thing, some dude's going to rent this and they're going to take this model and they're going to make music that's stealing from people. That's like a really weird, tenuous set of strings. But when we're talking about like 80 billion, XAI made enough money to bail out everyone who helped Musk buy X.com. Straight up, he used it to bail it out in the same way he did with Tesla and Solar City to cover up that scam. Identically.
I wonder how many people were fired from X who went to work for the federal government and then got fired again. I wonder. It must have happened at least one case.
It has to be in some way. But the XAI raise, very particularly, is $6 billion in cash and at a $60 billion valuation. And so that thing is a really huge deal because, again, it's not the end result that is going to make money. I don't believe that's the case. I don't believe that AI is ever going to be able to take place of what people think these things do or how these things work in any meaningful way. But
the hype is being used to pay off the thefts by a bunch of billionaires. It's great.
And so it's a really weird, like, underlying thing that if we were to, I would love to have a discussion if we were to talk about, hey, actually, we're going to nationalize AI and we're going to have an American model. And here's how it works. It's American stuff goes in there. All of us can use it. We can all do things with it. And with that, we pair it with some kind of, like, I don't know, cash, or I have no idea. But I think there's an interesting discussion to be had in terms of what that enables, because it is useful in some very particular ways. It does speed some things up. It doesn't replace anyone who's talented in any meaningful way, but it does accelerate because things that can help artists. Artists like tools.
Well, I mean, here's the thing though. When you say in a meaningful way, you mean artists, like the kind where there's a style there. But like when you're talking about, for example, artists that are just doing workman type stuff that is still really important, like for instance, signage artists are right out. Web developers,
I don't, but
right
they're
out.
not. But they're not. Like they are. There's this hump. Is the way to describe it? It's the thing that has existed inside of because I was in agency land for a little bit in marketing, but there's a hump that sort of has always existed. The people who have almost no money and who also don't care. And you can do this in quadrants. I've seen this done in a bunch of different ways. People who have no money and also kind of don't care or don't get art are kind of just going to do stuff they download off Google. They're going to download stuff off Google. They don't care about you. They don't care about anything. The people who have money and care about art will spend the money and will care about someone who understands what they're doing and is able to actually put the work in to do it. It really is a thing. And this quadrant or hump or whatever goes all the way to the other side where there's very few people who have a God's ton of money and also kind of don't care, which is also true. But like this thing is a completely different space to sort of talk about. The people who will use AI art are the people who would just download and pirate stuff for free anyway. The people who would just grab art off DeviantArt and pretend it's their own. Like people do that and have done that for 20 plus years and will continue to. Or they'll use
anyone who's been doing thumbnail art, for example, on here has been largely outcompeted because that can all be done by AI or assisted by AI. So that somebody with no artistic talent can make something very quickly. It's very effective. You can even have it generated by AI that actually takes into account the most successful styles of thumbnails and so on and so forth. Like, I think there's absolutely ways in which, especially in terms of like online artistic creation, that it's definitely impinging. I think it's squeezing out the need for it because it's not even a matter of like, oh, can it do it as good? It doesn't have to. Can it do it good enough?
Well, it can to a point. And this is where, again, the discussion necessitates a larger understanding of because you don't just naturalize AI without other changes to the economy. Like this is not a thing in a vacuum, obviously, but it's like, what is the intention around how we build a society where people work? How do we want artists to be working? I'm strongly of the belief that people should be able to be born, kind of do a bunch of stuff for a long time, like 70 years and then die. And that's fine. I don't really give a shit what's in between there. And when we talk about art, when we talk about things that can move people, when we talk about what people can do, the thing that is at the base of it, people aren't upset with AI. They're upset with capital because a lot of AI art that is taking care of the shit people don't want to do. People don't want to be doing the art for Mr. Beast's fucking next
I disagree
thing.
with you. I disagree with you.
Really?
I don't want to disagree with you, but I disagree with you. I think people are upset about AI. I don't think people are upset about capital. I think people are increasingly upset about capital, but I don't think
I think they're upset about AI, but what they're actually angry at is the nature of capital. No one went to art school to be
C.S. Lewis with mere Marxism over here. Sorry, go on. It's okay.
Well, it's no one went to art. I've talked about this before, but no one goes to art school to do the treads on the tires in Grand Theft Auto for 3 years of their life. Like that's the shit that's like, dude, fucking, if there's a thing that AI is like fine for, it's that it's the lint, it's the making sure, like whatever it is, all the stuff that's like the boring shit. That's interesting. And that having that work taken away so other things can be focused on is actually really incredible.
Total Warhol erasure here, but yeah.
Well, it's not far from it, but it's the same way that like coding, the amount of time that AI coding has helped me save is extraordinary. I used to have to basically spend way too long downloading Bootstrap or Holo projects or template projects and relearning libraries, figuring out what got deprecated and what didn't in Python 3. Whatever the fuck is going to be released this month that screws me over. And it takes forever to just get a project started. But with AI, it's like, cool, just give me this base and I know enough to be able to go back in and make edits. It's not perfect, but it gives me that base. The amount of time it saves is extraordinary in that sense. And I don't want to be doing that stuff. No one wants to be doing that stuff. The rest of it still necessitates skill. This kind of thing is kind of a huge deal. And as you go and as you set this up, the ability to go, hey, these things are set up. How are we able to do it? How are we able to reconsider what positions people have and how we can make sure they're making money and doing things? I think that's a big deal.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I could just learn how to program.
I just don't think people are in a headspace where they're connecting those dots. I think we're in a worse spot than that. I think that's like so many steps removed from where we are at collectively in our headspace. Like, what are the polling? What's the polling data showing right now? Like, I think something like 45% of Americans think Trump is doing a good job.
Oh, I thought it dropped, but
it did drop, but it dropped to 45%.
You generally don't want to look at approval numbers because approval numbers tend to sway higher.
Questions like, is he doing a good job? I thought that's what it was.
It's disapproval is the big deal, and the disapproval numbers are
they unusual?
Significant.
I think they're like where. Hang on, let's see. Economist Donald Trump approval tracker. This is from 6 days ago, which might be too old. Let's see.
Unfavorable.
I mean, they're all unfavorable, though.
No. So if you're looking at The Economist, how popular is Donald Trump switched the past 12 months? He's currently at 52% unfavorable, 45% favorable. If you go back a little bit further, it actually broke 50-50.
Have some labor.
Have some labor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick. I appreciate it.
The unfavorable is actually a really big deal because, again, it's not middle of the road or it's fine. It's one of the tough things about the favorability polls. Hey, is Trump doing an okay job? Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I don't like him. It sounds like a minor thing.
Where was Biden at when he started?
Oh, that's a good question. I want to say his favorable. And
they all ended up abysmal at the end. I just want to know where he was at.
We'll find out. Let's see.
This is from. When is this from? 2020.
I've got real clear polling.
57% of Americans disapprove of the president, so that's pretty bad.
Favorable 45, 43.
Kind of similar.
Yeah, and Biden
Kinda
lost
similar.
really, really bad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's at the beginning, though. Like, where was he at the beginning? Like, at the end.
Oh, at the beginning of his presidency,
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's go to. It would
Like
be
first
January
100 days.
2021. 49% favorable, 43% unfavorable. And it peaked in April of 2021 with 53% favorable, 41% unfavorable.
Really?
Yeah. And it was August 27th, 2021 that you saw the numbers finally meet and then cross. And from then on, he was in the negatives because he sucked. Yeah, it's they're funny.
Anyways, the point is it's under 70, so like it's I don't know. The idea that anyone can be even vaguely aware of what's happening and go, yeah, I'm happy with this is just it's unfathomable to me.
No, it's a wild time. And it's when we start talking again about like how bad it's been or how bad it's getting, it's extraordinary to talk about kind of the favorability numbers are kind of shocking because again, the disapproval rating is significantly high for Trump, who has historically actually been generally okay, but his favorable is dropping. It's 46% down from 48. Sounds like minor stuff. But you're talking about again
it's also very fast. It's also been very.
It was
fast.
a very big drop.
That is with his base too. Republicans are starting to go like,
yeah, it's
what
very
are you doing,
negative.
buddy?
Yep, it is very much bad for him.
And they're catching up with conservative thought leaders who are like, hey, maybe this isn't a good idea.
Well, I mean, Ben, did you see Ben Shapiro shitting all over the tariffs?
No. Do we want to end with that?
You know what? Why don't we? Let's see. 1 second.
And then I got to end with that because my mouth is so dry right now.
Yeah, you're not alone. I had to talk some bullshit with some asshole for a while.
Yeah, me too.
I am not going to watch David Pakman's version. God damn. I might just do David Pakman's and just fucking skip to...
I hate that YouTube just like throws those YouTubers just at the front of your search. Like, I clearly want to watch Ben Shapiro. Here's David Pakman. Here's
the problem is, like, I don't know, like, what the fuck this is or which video of Ben's this is, because all of his stupid fucking things are like hour-long rants of his garbage.
Reddit's usually a good spot for it. I usually go to
fair.
Reddit for that shit because
Let's do that.
It's easier to search it.
Ben Shapiro
on Trump tariffs. How long goes this? Like a week, 2 weeks?
Week or two, yeah. I mean, he's been on about it for a bit.
That's just a link to the Pakman show. Fuck. Here we go. Oh, I got it.
Fucking everything's linking to the Pakman show. I just picked up another one that gave me it. God damn it.
No, here we go. I got one.
I got one
it.
too, I think.
Yeah, but I got a better one.
All right. Send it over.
There you go.
From the Joe Rogan community. I would expect you to be subscribed there. Shut up.
By the way, we can't cover anything Joe Rogan because he will immediately flag us, just FYI.
I need to figure out what the time code was on that.
Oh boy.
Not time coded. Motherfuck.
I think I hope it's just at the beginning he goes into it. It looks like it's at the beginning because it looks like he's got numbers there. We'll get the tenor of it pretty fast, I think.
All right. Let's see what we can do. And then, yes, we will be finishing out and getting the fuck out of here.
Yeah, we're going to raid into In Time. Nick Suter's going live.
Poor Nick.
Poor
What
Nick.
a time. What a time. All right, let's see. One sec.
That's crazy loud.
It's not for anyone else.
Oh, is
I
it?
don't know
Okay,
why.
well, there you go.
1 second. I need to, for some reason, it's not capturing audio. Stupid fucking thing. Really? Come on. One sec. I don't know why this is fucking broken now. Ugh. Everything's terrible today. Sorry, 2 seconds. I promise.
That's okay.
All right, there's our friend Ben. And it should pop open. There it is. Let's see if it's actually giving
you the
It is. It's going to be loud for you. Sorry, Sunday. Nothing I can do about it.
unvarnished truth. Here we are a facts-based company. We try to do things that are facts-based. If you are facts-based, if you just want the unvarnished truth, then join us here at Daily Wire Plus. Daily Wire Plus
Don't join
members
them.
get ad-free access to all of our shows. You can live chat with me, my
Don't do
producers,
that.
thousands of people who actually think like you, investigative
Don't do that.
journalism that exposes what the corporate press refuses to touch, and premium
Tariffs.
entertainment films and documentaries that break the box
God, I
office,
hate
shift
him.
the culture, and say the things other people won't. The fight for the country is happening right now. Be a part of it at dailywireplus.com/subscribe. So, as I suggest, tons of economics news breaking. Yesterday, of course, was a horrifying day in the stock market. And people who are attempting to play this game where they say, well, you know, the stock market taking a massive dump, that's okay. I mean, that doesn't affect 50% of Americans have stocks, okay, because they have 401ks. This notion that Main Street is totally disconnected from Wall Street, that it's just a few people at the top of the food chain who are playing with the money, that is not actually true in any way, shape, or form. And obviously, the stock market, as a sort of gauge of investor confidence, makes a large-scale difference in availability of liquidity for startups and being able to raise money to, for example, hire new people. If the stock market tanks by half, that's a pretty good indicator, for example, that bad things are happening. And if the stock market continues to gain steadily, that's an indicator that maybe some good things are happening. And this isn't too tough. It's not too sophisticated. It doesn't mean that every time there's a little bit of a sell-off, it's the end of the world. And it doesn't mean that every time there's a run-up, that means that amazing things are in the brewing. What it does mean is that ignoring data is not, in fact, a good form of analysis. The stock market does provide data, and in fact, we have lots of it investors have been shaken by President Trump's tariff regime. They're not sure what to expect. They're not sure what comes next. There are a lot of conflicting messages coming out of the White House. So yesterday, the U.S. market suffered its steepest decline since 2020 on fears that President Trump's new tariff plans would trigger a global trade war and drag the United States economy into a recession, according to the Wall Street Journal. Major stock indices dropped as much as 6% on Thursday. Stocks lost roughly $3.1 trillion in market value. That is their largest one-day decline since March 2020. And of course, March 2020 was COVID. And this is not being inflicted by an external shock, like, for example, COVID. This is being inflicted by a deliberate choice by the Trump administration.
Shock,
a little while, I'm going to try and steel man the Trump administration's position. Now, what's sort of the best case scenario for the thing that they are shooting?
This isn't as negative as I thought. It's still negative.
With these tariffs. The market this morning, again, opened down very steeply.
This is very
Investors
tepid.
obviously are not.
It's tepid for what is the largest crash since 2020 that was chosen to happen by a person who's in charge. I mean, like, everything's down. NVIDIA is still down like 15% off highs. Like, that's not a small amount of money.
Sanguine about the situation. There was a good jobs report that came out for March. The employment report came out at 228,000 jobs added in March, which was more than forecast. Of course, that is a backward-looking report. So it didn't have a massive impact on the markets today because people are saying, well, yeah, I mean, the economy was doing fine. And then Donald Trump decided to take a giant stick and stick it right in the bicycle spokes. That is what the market is saying right now. Now, again, that data came as a bit of a surprise because economists were expecting it to be a little bit slower. This came amid a federal jobs decline. So normally this would be like a point of giant celebration for the Trump administration. Jobs increase, federal jobs go down. But the problem, of course, is that policy just radically changed. So looking at the jobs report based on a time when there were not these sorts of tariffs, that is not comparable to what is going to happen next. So investors are freaking out. The Wall Street Journal quotes a man named Rob Citrone, a 60-year-old hedge fund manager, watching from his Orlando, Florida home as President Trump announced his plans. He says, I should have sold more. Across Wall Street, money managers, brokers, bankers were reeling from what many described as an unprecedented shock, fearing it marked an end to the market's post-COVID rally. They might have lived through a bigger market swing, but this one, induced by a U.S. president bent on establishing a new paradigm for global trade at the expense of both rivals and allies, felt incomparable because it was the result of deliberate policy. And this is the part, again, that is freaking out markets. Markets can price in external shocks pretty quickly, but if the question is, you don't know.
That's not as negative as I was hoping.
It's about as negative as he can do. He's still being in the same way everybody else is. You're not going to see Candace Owens doing that either, but
Yep.
she will. Yeah. So I mean, maybe Candace Owens is kind of a.
I mean, Candace Owens is a hateful, psychotic bitch, so I'll pass on caring about what she thinks about anything.
Okay, I'm avoiding slurs, so I'm glad you did that for me. But
yeah, that one, yeah. And like, again, the stock market this is to just talk about like how fucked we are. If you just go through any one of these stocks and you start talking about it, Apple is down 17% year to date. Like there's no conversation to be had there about like, the markets are rallying, but that's the language everyone's using. And it's across the board. Like pick a fucking stock and you can just go, oh, how are they doing? Oh, look, they're up 2% today. Let's go back year to date. Let's take a look. Oh, they're down, 33%. Like it's down, but hey, they just had a rally. Tesla's up. You saw the article I showed earlier. It's like, oh, Tesla is up by 10%. I was like, guys, you lost a third of the fucking stock. And this isn't a rally. Like being proud of this is horrifying, but this is how they're talking about it over and over and over. Ford and GM rise. Let's look at Ford stock. How do you think Ford's doing? Ford Motor Company. Oh, they're up 4% today. Let's see, year to date. Oh, they're actually doing okay. Look at that. Well, no, not from on their highs. Wait, that's fucked up. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure with the public collapse of the reputation of Tesla, a few auto companies are doing a little bit okay.
Yeah, they had the same spike as everyone else up to $10, and they're down $9.70. They're still down. It says up year to date. Oh, that's because of the opening there. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. I find it just very, very tiring.
People aren't paying attention to anything that's going on. They are watching the president who is saying very confidently and very happily, look at all these cool things we're doing. Things are going great. Hey, look
we're
at all these
supposed to do
really
pharmaceuticals. Pharmaceuticals are next, apparently, by the way.
Wait, sorry, say it again. Something getting.
Pharmaceuticals are our next tariff.
Who's being targeted for that?
I mean, it would be India. I think India's most.
They can't target India. That's where the ivermectin comes from.
Yeah. It's Oh, we didn't even touch into this shit where it's like Trump upset over the 60 Minutes report, and so he's talking about pulling CBS's fucking license.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Oh, fuck. 1 second.
That's okay.
1 second. 60 Minutes. Let's do it.
Oh, just don't even ask me. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. I don't have a life. I don't have anything I'm doing. It's okay. Let's just do it.
President Trump tees off on 60 Minutes again and basically says, oh, they went after me. They should lose their license. CBS should lose their license. And he pushed the FCC head to investigate them to make them lose their broadcasting license.
Just the lack of any self-awareness is just...
Almost every week, 60 Minutes, which is being sued for billions of dollars for the fraud they committed in the 2024 presidential election with their interview. A failed president candidate, Kamala Harris, mentions the name Trump in a derogatory or defamatory way, but this weekend's broadcast tops them all. He was rage posting.
Thanks for the free advertisement, Donald.
President said other conservatives chided CBS as revealed. 60 Minutes producers edited it. They didn't really edit significantly.
Although it was she was pretty bad.
I mean, she was awful. But again,
she was awful. He's
saying that they need to lose their license, which is like, what the fuck? Maybe they will. It wasn't even that like hardcore of a fucking thing. But like, yeah, it's the problem puts it best. CBS is too left for Donald. CBS.
Yeah. Yep. 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 They're insane. They're insane. That's it. They're just insane. There's nothing else to say. They're just insane. The analysis is worthless.
It's all just broken. It's all just broken.
Yep.
And there's no, I think to that point, there is no analysis to be done on them. It's like, that's the biggest thing I think we keep coming back to, that it's not about the analysis on them. It's about the analysis on like the system and what we
they're like a green goo that's sort of like filtered through it, and you can sort of like pay attention to what it's doing. But if you're trying to cognize it, it's like just imagine all of the things that make you a sentient human being and just cut them off. And then there you go. Why would you spend time analyzing that? Pay attention to all the little pressures that move people to do stuff, because it's not stopping there. It's not being processed. It's not being thought through. It's just they're not having like long brain damaged arguments like we just did about whether it's labor or it's theft or exploitation, which is a distinction that Marx makes. Fuck you, I was right, but anyways, leave that aside. They're just watching TV and reacting to it. What's that?
I don't care what Marx said. He's dead.
Well, so's Deleuze.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I also don't care what he said.
Oh.
I don't know.
Disavow.
I care about the concepts they made. I care about the concepts they made. I care about what they built, the machinery that they put in place that we can utilize and build forward with. But again, capital's completely different now. That's a fucking thing to start looking at.
It just looks different because you're not reading the instructions. Okay, that's why your macaroni and cheese isn't turning out right.
Isn't your way of doing macaroni and cheese literally to throw the instructions out and do something else than what they say?
Yes, but that's because the instructions here are wrong. Unlike Marx, who was right for all time.
Forever.
Yeah.
Forever. Fair enough.
All right. So we're sending you to Nick Suter at In Time. You'll see us.
You already set it up? Did you already do it?
I think I did. Let me double check.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Before I click end, I just don't want to like...
No, I did. We're good.
Good.
We will be live on Wednesday, same time.
And we'll have more depressing stuff Friday. Friday, we expect to have a couple of not depressing things.
That expectation will be disappointed.
Yeah, it's probably true.
Probably true.
It's going to be a long week. Be safe. Take care of yourselves.
Oh, now you're telling. Now just stolen value. Now you're going to tell them to be safe. I was telling them to be safe. Now you're telling them to be safe.
Be dangerous.
Be dangerous.
Live dangerously. Take a risk. Have some fun. Do a random thing. Roll a dice.
Ask for maximum spice at an Asian restaurant.
Do the I Ching. Reevaluate your life based on the randomness of happenstance and see if you can steer yourself in a completely new direction that will allow you to find new frontiers and build new lands in the world around you.
Buy a fortune cookie. It's easier.